Have you ever felt like life was quietly slipping out of your hands, not because of one big mistake, but because of small things you didn't notice? A careless word that hurt someone you care about, a thought that kept you awake at night, a mood that ruined a day you could have enjoyed, a purchase you didn't need that left your wallet lighter and your mind heavier. The truth is, these four forces, your words, your thoughts, your emotions, and your money, are like rivers. Left unchecked, they carve deep channels you never intended to follow. But when guided, they can become powerful allies, carrying you toward the life you want to live. The Stoics understood this long before us. They knew that mastery doesn't come from controlling the world. It comes from controlling yourself, not in a rigid, joyless way, but with the quiet discipline that lets you act with intention instead of impulse. Today, we'll walk through a way of seeing these forces differently, so they no longer own you, but serve you. No lectures, no judgment, just a conversation about reclaiming what's already yours. So take a breath and let's begin. Number 1. Control your daily actions. Have you ever walked away from a conversation and felt heavier than before, as if the words exchanged had lodged themselves somewhere deep inside you? Maybe it was a careless remark that stayed with you for years, or a single sentence that lifted you out of despair when you least expected it. Words are invisible, but they leave marks as real as any scar. They can build bridges, or they can burn them to ash. And the strange thing is, we carry this power every single time we open our mouths, yet we often treat it as if it's nothing at all. The Stoics understood this power intimately. Epictetus once reminded his students, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we may listen twice as much as we speak." It wasn't simply about politeness, it was a call to be deliberate, to remember that every word we utter either plants a seed of harmony or sows discord. Our words are reflections of our inner state. A bitter tongue reveals a bitter mind. A calm, measured voice often belongs to a person who has cultivated inner stillness. You cannot disguise your true self for long. Your words will eventually betray your thoughts and beliefs. I remember meeting an old shopkeeper in a quiet seaside town. His shop was small, cluttered with trinkets and old books, but people came from miles away to buy from him. It wasn't the goods that drew them, it was his words. When a customer entered, he didn't rush to sell. He would ask about their journey, listen as if there was nowhere else he needed to be, and offer a kind observation that made them smile. One rainy afternoon, a young man came in, clearly angry at the world. The shopkeeper simply said, "Storms pass faster when you stop shouting at the clouds." The man laughed, and the air between them shifted. That single line didn't solve the man's problems, but it reminded him that he could choose a calmer way forward. You've seen the opposite too, someone who slices through the air with sarcasm or cruelty, unaware that they've planted weeds in someone's mind. Those weeds can grow for years. A teacher who tells a child they're not smart enough may think they're being honest, but they might have just shaped that child's self-image for decades. The Stoic approach isn't to avoid truth, but to deliver it in a way that builds rather than destroys. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." That kindness is not weakness, it's clarity paired with compassion. Think about the words you speak to yourself. Most people live in an ongoing conversation in their own heads, one they would never dare to have with a friend. If you constantly tell yourself you're failing or that nothing will change, you're creating the reality you fear. The mind believes what it hears most often, and the voice it hears most is your own. This is why the Stoics urged self-discipline not only in action, but in language. The dialogue you keep with yourself becomes the foundation of how you interact with the world. I once knew a woman named Claire who had grown up in a family where criticism was as common as breathing. Every mistake was met with a sharp comment, every success with a reminder it could have been better. When she moved to a new city, she carried those voices with her. She'd catch herself muttering, "I'm so stupid," or "I'll probably fail anyway," without even noticing. Then one day she made a conscious choice. Each time she caught herself speaking harshly, she would replace it with, "I'm learning," or "I'll do better next time." At first, it felt fake, but over months, the tone of her inner voice began to change, and so did the way she spoke to others. Friends noticed she seemed lighter, more open. Her words no longer came from a place of self-defense, but from quiet confidence. The power of words is not just in their sound, it's in their intention. When you speak, you are shaping not only how others perceive you, but how you perceive yourself. Every conversation is an act of creation. You can use it to build trust, to inspire, to clarify what matters. Or you can use it to close doors, to wound, to deepen divides. The choice is yours each time you open your mouth. So pause before you speak. Ask yourself, will this word plant something worth growing? If the answer is no, choose another. Because words once spoken can't be recalled, but they can be chosen with care before they ever leave your lips. And when you begin to master this art, you'll find that your conversations carry more weight, not because you speak more, but because you speak with purpose. As we move forward, remember, what you say is a mirror of who you are. Guard it well. And just as we shape the world with our words, we also shape it with our thoughts, which is where our journey must lead next. Number 2, build unshakable financial habits. Have you ever walked away from a conversation and wondered if your words had truly mattered, or if they had simply dissolved into the air, forgotten as quickly as they were spoken? We speak countless sentences in a day, yet only a few carry the weight to shift a thought, soothe a wound, or open a door. The rest are noise. To speak with purpose is to cut through that noise, not by speaking more, but by speaking with the kind of clarity and intention that leaves an imprint. The Stoics knew that speech was not something to waste. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your speech be precise and truthful." This was not merely a call for honesty, but for discipline, an understanding that each word should serve a purpose, like a stone placed carefully in the foundation of a lasting structure. Speaking with purpose begins in the mind, long before the mouth opens. It means shaping your thoughts before shaping your sentences, knowing the impact they might carry, and choosing the ones that can move things forward rather than scatter them into confusion. I once knew a mentor who seemed to speak less than everyone else in the room, but when she did speak, people leaned forward. I remember a meeting where tempers ran high and voices clashed over a failing project. She stayed quiet for nearly an hour, listening, watching. Then, in a calm tone, she said, "We've been talking about blame, but not about the path forward. So let me ask, what do we want this to look like in a month?" The room fell silent. Her words shifted the focus instantly, not because they were poetic, but because they were deliberate. She had measured the moment, chosen her entry, and made every syllable count. That is what it means to speak with purpose. You are not just filling the silence, you are directing the current of the conversation. Clarity is at the heart of purposeful speaking. A muddled sentence can create unnecessary conflict or leave your meaning open to misinterpretation. Epictetus reminded his students, first learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak. This advice remains as relevant now as it was 2,000 years ago. Before you speak, organize your thoughts. Strip away the clutter. You will find that simple, direct language often carries more strength than any elaborate phrasing. This is not about sounding clever, it is about being understood. When your words are clear, people don't waste energy decoding them. They spend their energy engaging with them. But words alone are only half the message. Tone shapes meaning just as much. A truth delivered harshly can feel like a weapon, while the same truth spoken calmly can feel like a gift. I once saw this lesson play out when a friend had to tell his younger brother that a risky business idea wasn't viable. He could have dismissed it outright, but instead he said, "I can see how much this matters to you, and I want it to work. Let's walk through the numbers together, because I think they're telling us a different story." The message was the same, don't proceed, but the tone transformed it from rejection into respect. When you speak with purpose, you consider not just the words, but the emotions they carry. You're not diluting your meaning, you're making it possible for others to receive it without defensiveness. Purposeful speaking also depends on something most people overlook: listening. You cannot shape your words to fit the moment if you don't understand the moment. Seneca said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we speak." True listening is not about waiting for your turn. It's about absorbing what is being said, noticing what is not being said, and then responding in a way that adds value. In this way, speaking with purpose is not a solo act, it is a partnership. You give weight to your voice by showing that you have heard and understood the voices around you. When you learn to speak with purpose, you also learn to avoid the trap of needless conflict. Many arguments are born not from disagreement, but from misunderstanding. A vague statement becomes an accusation. An offhand comment becomes a wound. Purposeful speaking closes the gap where misinterpretation lives. It ensures that your meaning is aligned with your intention. You do not speak to provoke without cause, nor do you soften your truth into nothingness. You speak so that what you mean is what is heard. And in this practice, something else happens. You grow. The discipline of purposeful speaking strengthens your ability to lead, to connect, to build trust. You become the person in the room whose words draw attention not by volume, but by value. You start to notice the shift in how people respond. Conversations become less about talking over one another and more about moving toward understanding. I once watched a young team leader transform over the course of a year. In the beginning, he filled every pause with words, as if silence was a threat. But over time, he learned to wait, to measure, to speak only when he had something to contribute. By the end of that year, his team listened more attentively, meetings ended sooner, and conflicts resolved faster. His influence grew not because he said more, but because he said enough, and what he said mattered. To speak with purpose is not to aim for perfection in every conversation. It is to be mindful, to step into each exchange aware of the weight your words carry. It is to choose them not for show, but for service, to the truth, to the relationship, to the shared goal. And when you do this consistently, you find that you're not only communicating more effectively, you are living more deliberately. So the next time you speak, ask yourself, am I adding to the noise or am I adding to the moment? Let your answer guide your voice. And from the power of speaking with purpose, we move naturally to the next challenge, guarding not just what we say, but the mind from which our words are born. Number 3, patience over instant rewards. Have you ever been in a heated moment, your pulse racing, words pressing at the back of your throat, only to realize later that the best thing you could have said was nothing at all? In a world that rewards speed, noise, and constant responses, silence is often mistaken for weakness or indifference. Yet, to those who understand its power, silence is not the absence of strength. It is the concentration of it. It is the space where thought matures, where emotion settles, and where the next step can be chosen with clarity. The Stoics valued this restraint. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion." To him, silence was not avoidance, it was mastery over the self. When you choose not to respond immediately, you reclaim control from your impulses. In the heat of conflict, words born of anger or wounded pride rarely serve you well. They escalate tension, burn bridges, and leave you with regret. But when you pause, when you allow silence to absorb the first wave of emotion, you create a moment in which wisdom can step forward and speak in place of ego. I recall a story of an old judge in a small town. Known for his fairness, he often heard cases where tempers flared. One afternoon, two merchants stormed into his court, shouting accusations at each other. The judge listened quietly, not interrupting either man, his gaze steady. When they finished, both waited for his verdict. Instead, he said nothing. He sat in complete silence for nearly a minute. The merchants shifted uncomfortably, the echoes of their own voices now loud in their minds. Finally, the judge asked, "Have you finished speaking, or have you finished listening?" The argument ended right there. Sometimes silence does the work words cannot. It lets truth reveal itself. Silence is also a guardian of composure. When provoked, our instinct is to defend, to retaliate, to prove a point. But silence can be a shield, holding back the flood of emotion until it can be channeled with intention. Seneca warned, "Better to trip with the feet than with the tongue." In moments of insult or provocation, a single unmeasured sentence can undo years of earned respect. But a measured silence communicates something far more powerful. It shows that you value your energy, your dignity, and your peace more than the fleeting satisfaction of a sharp reply. There is a particular kind of silence that speaks louder than words, the silence that sets boundaries. When someone disrespects you, you need not engage in a battle of explanations. Your refusal to dignify their behavior with a response can make a clearer statement than any speech. This silence is not passive, it is active resistance. It says, "I will not participate in this." It denies the other person the drama they seek and protects your own mental ground. In relationships, silence, when chosen with care, can foster deeper respect. Listening fully before responding shows that you value the other person's voice. It tells them you are considering their words, not just waiting for your turn to speak. A pause in a tense conversation can allow emotions to settle and prevent words you cannot take back. It is in that pause that empathy can grow, and empathy is often the only bridge strong enough to carry both sides to understanding. Silence is also a vantage point. When you withhold your voice, you sharpen your ability to observe. You notice subtleties in tone, choice of words, body language, the things most people miss in their rush to reply. A leader who understands this uses silence not to dominate, but to create space for others to contribute. And in that space, trust grows. People feel heard. Collaboration becomes possible. There is also a protective quality in silence. In a time when words can be twisted, misquoted, or used against you, choosing silence is sometimes the wisest move. Not every comment requires your participation. Not every accusation deserves an answer. By guarding your voice, you conserve your energy for what truly matters and avoid being drawn into conflicts that have no resolution worth your time. I once met a craftsman who worked alone in a quiet workshop on the edge of town. When asked why he didn't join the lively conversations at the market, he smiled and said, "Every hour I spend talking is an hour I'm not creating, and what I make speaks for me longer than my voice ever could." His silence was not isolation, it was investment. In the same way, our silence can preserve the focus and strength needed for the things that truly define us. In times of injustice or mistreatment, silence can even become a mirror. When someone expects your outrage, your rebuttal, your desperate defense, and instead receives nothing, they are left alone with their own behavior. That absence of reaction forces them to confront themselves without distraction. Sometimes the change they need will begin in that uncomfortable quiet. Silence is also self-care. In a world that demands constant availability, a deliberate retreat into quiet is a way to reclaim your mind. It allows you to breathe without pressure, to hear your own thoughts without interference. These moments of stillness become anchor points in a chaotic life. They remind you of your priorities, your values, and your direction. And perhaps one of the greatest gifts of silence is the way it fuels personal growth. In stillness, you can see yourself without distortion. You notice where you are reactive, where you are strong, where you need to change. You begin to respond to life rather than simply react to it. That shift from reaction to response is where transformation lives. So, the next time you feel the pull to fill the air with words, pause. Ask yourself, am I speaking because it's needed or because I'm afraid of the silence? The answer may surprise you, and if this message resonates, leave a simple word below, silent. Let it be a quiet signal that you choose strength over noise, because in the end, silence is not emptiness. It is presence without distraction. It is the steady ground beneath your feet while the world runs in circles. It is knowing when your voice will matter most and choosing to wait until that moment arrives. And from here, we move to another kind of mastery, not just of voice or restraint, but of the thoughts that shape them both. Number 4, adapt without losing discipline. Have you ever noticed how a single thought can shift the entire course of your day? One careless worry can turn a bright morning heavy, just as one clear and steady idea can lift you out of discouragement. Our lives are built on the quiet scaffolding of what we think, belief by belief, reaction by reaction. And yet most people let their minds run without direction, as if they were passengers instead of captains. To master your thoughts is to reclaim the helm. It is to choose the wind and set the course, rather than being tossed aimlessly by whatever gust happens to blow. The Stoics understood that the mind is the true battlefield. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. Thoughts shape beliefs, beliefs shape actions, and actions shape reality. When we fail to master our thinking, we allow every fear, every doubt, every fleeting mood to dictate our path. But when we learn to guide our thoughts with awareness and discipline, we gain the ability to act with intention rather than impulse. I once knew a craftsman who restored old ships. His work was delicate, precise. One afternoon, I asked him how he managed such focus despite the noise of the busy docks. He smiled and said, "The water is always moving, but the hull I work on doesn't drift because I've anchored it." Your mind, too, is like a vessel on restless waters. If you don't anchor it, the currents of distraction, fear, and negativity will carry it far from where you mean to go. The first step to mastering your thoughts is awareness. Most of what we think happens without notice, habits formed years ago, repeated without question. By paying attention, by stepping back to observe the mind's patterns, you begin to see which thoughts serve you and which quietly sabotage you. This observation must be without judgment. It is not about shaming yourself for having negative thoughts, but about recognizing them as visitors, not residents. Epictetus taught that it's not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them. If that is true, then changing your opinion, your inner narrative, changes your life. Mindfulness is a powerful tool here. When you are fully present, you see thoughts arise and pass without being swept away by them. You create a pause between stimulus and reaction, a space wide enough to choose your next step. In that space lies your freedom. From there, you can direct your focus toward thoughts that empower you rather than weaken you. Another way to shape your inner world is through conscious replacement. Where a limiting thought once stood, I can't, I'm not enough, you plant something stronger. I am capable, I am learning, I will find a way. At first, these words may feel hollow, as if you're pretending. But over time, repetition carves new grooves in the mind, and what once felt forced becomes instinct. Visualization deepens this process. When you vividly imagine the outcome you desire, seeing it, hearing it, feeling it, you train your brain to expect success rather than defeat. Athletes have long used this practice to prepare for competition. The Stoics, too, envisioned challenges and their own calm responses to them. In both cases, the mind rehearses strength until the body follows. Environment matters as well. The people you speak to, the media you consume, the ideas you engage with, these are the soil in which your thoughts grow. If you surround yourself with cynicism, scarcity, and constant complaint, those seeds will take root. But if you keep company with those who uplift, inspire, and challenge you toward growth, you give your mind better material from which to build. And never forget to question what your mind presents. A thought's presence does not make it truth. Many of our inner convictions are inherited, passed down from past failures, careless remarks, or cultural expectations. Ask, does this belief help me move forward, or does it keep me small? If it hinders you, it is not wisdom. It is a chain, and chains can be broken. Thoughts and emotions are woven together. A bitter thought breeds bitterness. A generous thought fosters warmth. If you often feel anxious or resentful, trace the feeling back to its source. Change the thought, and the emotion will shift. Self-talk plays a decisive role here. The words you say to yourself echo louder and longer than anything from the outside world. Treat them with the same care you would use with a friend who needed encouragement. Gratitude can be a powerful counterweight to negativity. By deliberately naming what you are thankful for, you shift the mind's focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. This doesn't mean ignoring hardship. It means refusing to let hardship define the whole picture. Part of mastering your thoughts is learning to let go of what no longer serves you, especially the past. Regret and resentment drain attention from the only place change is possible, the present. Seneca warned that he suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary. Free yourself from the weight of old mistakes by forgiving yourself and others. The mind, unburdened by yesterday, can give its full strength to today. Meditation is perhaps the most direct training ground for this mastery. In stillness, you see the mind's constant motion for what it is. Over time, you develop a kind of friendly detachment, a recognition that you are not every thought you think. You can watch them come and go like clouds passing across the sky, choosing which ones to follow and which to let drift away. Resilience grows from this practice. Life will bring storms. No philosophy can spare you that. But if you have trained your mind to hold steady, you will meet those storms with focus rather than panic. You will see obstacles not as verdicts, but as challenges to be navigated. This is the discipline the Stoics prized, not coldness, but steadiness. As mastery deepens, your thoughts become allies rather than saboteurs. They will remind you of your purpose when you are tempted to drift, and they will steady you when the ground shifts beneath you. The change may be subtle at first, a calmer reaction here, a clearer choice there, but over time it transforms the shape of your life. In the end, mastering your thoughts is less about controlling every flicker of the mind and more about guiding its current toward the life you wish to live. Each thought is a seed, and each seed will grow into something that will one day fill your field. Plant with care, tend with patience, and you will harvest not just success, but peace. From here, we turn to the next frontier, how the way you manage your inner world shapes not just your actions, but the way you navigate every external challenge. Number 5, ignore short-term noise. Have you ever set out to accomplish something important, only to find yourself pulled in 10 different directions before the day was half over? The world does not lack for noise, news headlines flashing, phones buzzing, people's demands colliding with your own ambitions. In such a world, focus and clarity are not luxuries, they are survival tools. Without them, we drift from task to task, forever busy but rarely moving toward what matters. With them, we can carve a straight path through the chaos. The Stoics placed great value on this discipline of attention. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, realize this, and you will find strength." To focus is to claim that power to say, "This is where my mind will rest and nowhere else," and clarity is its companion. Without clarity, focus is blind effort, a sprint without a destination. Together, they allow you to work with precision, cutting away distractions like a craftsman shaping marble, revealing the form that was hidden within. I once met an architect who designed bridges. His desk was always immaculate, no stray papers, no clutter. When I asked why, he said, "I can't see the span if I can't see the desk." He wasn't talking only about the wood and steel of his projects. He was talking about his mind. Before he could build, he had to clear the mental debris that might cloud his vision. It's the same for all of us. If we want to create something worthwhile, we must first clear the space in which our thoughts take shape. Focus begins with knowing what to ignore. Distractions are not always loud or obvious. Sometimes they arrive as the subtle pull of another person's urgency, or the comfortable lure of easy tasks that feel like progress but lead nowhere. The Stoic practice here is boundary setting, not from a place of coldness, but from commitment to your purpose. Saying no is an act of protection. It shields your attention from being scattered across things that do not serve your deeper goals. Clarity is born from definition. A vague aim, "I want to be successful, I want to be happy," gives the mind no target. The Stoics would ask, "What does that mean to you, and why does it matter?" The more clearly you define your purpose, the more easily you can align your daily actions with it. A well-defined goal becomes a map. Without it, you wander. With it, even detours have meaning, for you still know the direction home. There is a discipline to focus, and like all disciplines, it demands choice. You cannot give your full attention to what matters if you are constantly surrendering it to what does not. This means resisting the seduction of immediate pleasures when they conflict with long-term aims. It doesn't mean living without rest or joy. It means knowing when to work with intensity and when to recover with intention. Breaking large aims into smaller steps can sharpen both focus and clarity. A mountain is climbed one deliberate step at a time, and each step brings you a clearer view of the summit. This approach prevents paralysis in the face of complexity and builds momentum through small, consistent victories. Each completion reaffirms your path, and with each, the larger picture comes into sharper view. Mental clutter is a subtler enemy. Just as a cluttered desk can slow the hand, a cluttered mind can fog the will. Unresolved emotions, unfinished thoughts, overthinking, these take up space needed for clear decision-making. Practices like journaling, meditation, or quiet reflection act as mental housekeeping, sweeping away the debris so that your attention can land firmly on the task before you. Prioritization is another pillar of clarity. Not all tasks carry equal weight. Some bring you closer to your vision, others simply fill the hours. When you can distinguish the urgent from the important, you stop being driven by what shouts loudest and start being guided by what matters most. This shift is essential for working not just harder, but wiser. Your environment plays a quiet but powerful role in your ability to maintain focus. The physical space you occupy can either support your concentration or sabotage it. Order tends to breed order. Chaos invites distraction. Cultivating an environment, whether it's a workspace, a home, or a mental state, that supports attention is an investment in every future decision you make. Rest is not the enemy of focus, it is its ally. Mental fatigue is a silent thief, eroding clarity and scattering attention. Regular breaks, sufficient sleep, physical activity, these are not indulgences, but the maintenance required for sustained performance. A rested mind is a sharper mind. In our age of endless stimuli, the ability to direct attention to one task at a time is a rare skill. Multitasking often feels productive but drains mental energy and dilutes results. Choosing to work deeply on one thing is an act of resistance against the culture of constant partial attention. It is a choice to value depth over breadth, quality over quantity. Routines are another form of focus protection. They reduce decision fatigue by making certain choices automatic: when to work, when to rest, how to begin, how to end. Predictable structure frees your mental energy for creative and strategic thinking instead of scattering it across countless small choices. Mindset, too, shapes your ability to focus. A mind trained toward determination and resilience is less likely to be derailed by setbacks. With a clear vision, obstacles become part of the path rather than roadblocks. This shift in perception preserves clarity even when circumstances are uncertain. Self-awareness is the watchtower from which you guard your focus. By noticing when your mind drifts or your emotions cloud judgment, you can gently steer yourself back to center. This is not about perfection, it is about returning again and again to what matters most. Developing focus and clarity is a lifelong practice. At first, it may feel like pushing against a strong current, but over time, it becomes second nature. You will find yourself moving through work, relationships, and challenges with greater precision, less wasted energy, and a steadier mind. In the end, focus determines the force of your actions, and clarity directs that force toward a worthy aim. Together, they are the compass and the arrow. Keep them sharp, And even when the path ahead twists and turns, you will not lose your way. And from here we step naturally into the next realm, where discipline meets action and intention becomes reality. Number 6. Discipline through life's changes. Have you ever noticed how two people can face the same storm, yet one sinks under its weight, while the other finds a way to dance in the rain? The difference is not in the weather, it's in the mind. The thoughts you choose each day are the lens through which you see the world. If that lens is clouded with cynicism and defeat, every horizon will seem bleak. But if it is polished with optimism and resilience, even the darkest days reveal openings for light to pour through. Positive thinking is not about denying pain or pretending life is perfect. It is about refusing to let hardship be the whole story. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." To them, the mind was the soil from which all action grew. Tend it well, and the harvest would be rich. Positive thinking in this sense is not naive wishfulness, but disciplined perception. It's the practice of looking at setbacks and asking, what is here for me to learn? Every challenge carries within it the seed of growth, new skills, new understanding, a deeper patience. Seen this way, obstacles are no longer dead ends. They are stepping stones disguised as difficulty. I remember a craftsman I once met in a quiet coastal town. His workshop had been destroyed in a sudden fire, leaving him with nothing but ash and the clothes he wore. When I asked him how he would start over, he smiled, not with denial, but with calm certainty. "The fire cleared what I no longer needed," he said. "Now I can build only what matters." That is the essence of positive thinking. Not ignoring loss, but reframing it so it becomes the ground for something stronger. The power of this mindset lies in its ripple effect. Your thoughts shape your beliefs guide your actions, and your actions over time shape your life. If you carry thoughts of possibility, you naturally take actions that align with opportunity. That, in turn, attracts results that reinforce your optimism. Over months and years, this becomes a self-sustaining cycle. Positive thinking is also the root of resilience. Life will knock you down. No philosophy can shield you from every blow. But with a mind trained to see setbacks as temporary, you rise faster, stronger. You remember that this moment is not the entire story. You keep moving because you believe the road continues beyond the bend. At the core of this is self-belief. When you believe you are capable, you take risks others shy away from. You push past limits because you trust you can learn, adapt, and endure. This belief isn't blind. It's built day by day by choosing thoughts that strengthen you instead of weaken you. Seneca reminded us, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. A positive mind refuses to add suffering where none is needed. The benefits reach beyond the mind into the body. Positive thoughts reduce stress, lower anxiety, and lift mood by triggering the brain's own chemistry for well-being. Your physical health improves when you are not constantly weighed down by worry, energy rises, immunity strengthens. In this way, positive thinking is not just mental hygiene, it is physical nourishment. Relationships, too, thrive under its influence. A person who approaches others with optimism creates trust, openness, and ease. Disagreements become easier to navigate because the focus is on resolution, not on winning. People are drawn to those whose presence feels like sunlight, steady, warm, and encouraging. In times of uncertainty, positive thinking keeps your vision clear. It reminds you why you began, even when the path grows rough. It sparks creativity because an open, optimistic mind is willing to explore solutions instead of circling problems. It fuels energy because hope is a far more sustainable source of motivation than fear. And it steadies decision-making because you see options where others see only walls. There is also a quiet magnetism in it. The energy you project tends to return to you. When your outlook is rooted in possibility, you attract people, opportunities, and experiences that match it. This is not magic, it is alignment. By focusing on what you can build, you naturally move toward places and people where building is possible. Gratitude deepens the practice. When you notice what is already good in your life, you stop measuring your worth by what is missing. Gratitude makes positive thinking easier because it shifts your gaze from scarcity to abundance. And the more you see abundance, the more reasons you find to be grateful. Even in your work, this mindset pays dividends. Challenges at the office become chances to innovate. Difficult colleagues become opportunities to practice patience and diplomacy. A positive approach doesn't mean you ignore the hard parts. It means you face them with a mind already leaning toward solutions. Perhaps the most tender gift of positive thinking is self-compassion. We are often our own harshest critics, carrying past mistakes like stones in our pockets. A positive mind learns to set them down. It sees flaws as places to grow, not as permanent sentences. It forgives, not to excuse, but to move forward unburdened. In the end, the power of positive thinking is the power to decide what story you will tell yourself about your life. Not every day will be easy, not every chapter will be joyful, but every page can be written in the ink of possibility. And if you felt the truth of this in your own life, leave a single word below. Positive. Let it be your quiet affirmation, your way of saying you will choose light when shadow calls. Because the world does not simply happen to you. You meet it halfway with your mind, your choices, and the story you decide to live. And from here, we move to the next truth, that protecting your energy is just as vital as shaping your thoughts. Number 7. Small steps, lasting results. Have you ever said something in the heat of the moment that you wished you could take back? That flash of anger, that unguarded word, it feels good for a heartbeat, but the echo can last for years. Our emotions are like weather, sometimes calm, sometimes a storm, sometimes changing so quickly we can barely keep up. The Stoics did not teach us to ignore these storms. They taught us to navigate them. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. Emotional control is that power. It is not the absence of feeling, but the ability to steer those feelings so they serve us, instead of enslave us. To control your emotions, you must first be able to see them clearly. This begins with awareness, pausing long enough to name what you are feeling and why. Many people rush past this step, reacting before they even know the source of their reaction. But awareness gives you space, and in that space lies choice. I once knew a ship captain who said he could feel the sea changing hours before the waves grew rough. He didn't stop the storm, but by noticing its signs early, he adjusted his sails and avoided disaster. Awareness works the same way. It lets you prepare before emotions take over. Our thoughts and emotions are intertwined like roots beneath the soil. A poisoned thought breeds a poisoned feeling. A balanced thought can calm even the fiercest emotion. The Stoics trained themselves to examine their thoughts before accepting them as truth. When anger rises, ask, "Is this judgment accurate, or am I telling myself a story that fuels the fire?" When fear whispers, ask, Is this a threat or a shadow on the wall? By questioning your thoughts, you loosen the grip of the emotions they produce. Simple tools can help when emotions threaten to overwhelm. Deep, deliberate breathing is one. In moments of fear or anger, the body tenses, the breath shortens, and the mind narrows. By slowing the breath, you tell the body it is safe, and the mind follows. Another is mindfulness, not an escape from reality, but a full presence within it. When you observe your feelings without judgment, you realize they are temporary guests, not permanent residents. You can feel them, honor them, and still decide your next move with clarity. Emotional control also means reframing how we see events. A delay at work can be an insult to your schedule or a pocket of time to regroup and think. A harsh word from a friend can be a wound or an opportunity to address what lies unspoken between you. The meaning you assign shapes the feeling you carry. Change the frame, and you change the picture. Sometimes the most powerful act is to delay your reaction. In tense moments, the instinct is to respond instantly, to defend, to counterattack. But a pause, 5 seconds, a single deep breath can mean the difference between escalation and resolution. This is not weakness, it is command over yourself. Seneca warned, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." In the pause, your higher judgment has time to speak. There will be times when emotions come heavy and hot, anger that surges, sadness that clings, frustration that burns. The question is not whether you will feel them, but what you will do with the energy they carry. You can turn anger into destruction, or into fuel for a change you've been avoiding. You can let sadness sink you, or let it deepen your empathy for others. Redirecting emotional energy is an art, and it keeps you from being emptied by your own intensity. Caring for your body is caring for your emotional resilience. Exhaustion, poor diet, and constant stress thin the walls that hold your composure. Sleep, movement, and proper nourishment are not luxuries. They are defenses. The stronger the foundation, the less likely you are to be toppled by sudden storms. Boundaries, too, are part of emotional control. Without them, you leave the gates open for others to pull at your moods, dictate your time, and drain your spirit. Boundaries are not about shutting people out. They're about keeping yourself anchored. By deciding what you will and will not accept, you preserve the stability needed to respond from strength, not from strain. Empathy is an often overlooked form of control. When you can step into another person's perspective, you take focus off your own surging emotions. You begin to see their words or actions not as attacks, but as expressions of their own fears, wounds, or misunderstandings. This shift doesn't excuse harm, but it gives you the distance to respond without matching their volatility. There will also be moments when you must de-escalate yourself. Recognizing the early signs, your voice rising, your muscles tensing, your mind narrowing, is key. Step back if you can. Remove yourself from the environment. Breathe. Write your thoughts down before speaking them aloud. Journaling can be a release valve, letting the pressure out before it bursts. It also turns vague feelings into clear words, which makes them easier to understand and address. Resilience grows each time you handle an emotional challenge with grace. Like any skill, it strengthens with use. You may not master it immediately, you may falter, but the practice itself builds capacity. Over months and years, you'll notice you recover faster from insults, you hold your ground in conflict, you choose patience over impulse more often than not. This is the quiet progress of emotional control. It is not always dramatic, but it transforms you. In the end, Control over your emotions is not about becoming cold or unfeeling. It is about knowing that you are more than the first impulse that rises in you. It is the freedom to act in a way that aligns with your values, no matter how loud the noise around you becomes. The one who masters themselves cannot be easily mastered by life. And from this mastery we move naturally toward the next lesson, how to guard not just your mind and heart, but the resources that give you stability in the first place. Number 8. Choose words with intention. There is a moment, brief, fragile, but powerful, between what happens to us and what we do next. It is in that space that the course of our lives can change. Most people rush through it. They let their words fly, their hands move, their emotions spill over before the mind has caught up. And then they spend hours, days, sometimes years, wishing they had chosen differently. The Stoics taught that freedom is not the absence of chains, but the mastery of oneself in that space between stimulus and response. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Reacting is the mind's instinct to protect, defend, or lash out. It is fast, hot, and often born from the ghosts of past hurts. Responding is different. Responding is a deliberate act. It requires that we pause, feel the pull of the moment, and yet refuse to be dragged blindly by it. It is the difference between swinging a sword in rage and placing it carefully back in its sheath because you know the fight is not worth the wound it will leave. I once knew a craftsman who spent weeks on a single chair, running his fingers over the wood before each cut. When I asked why he moved so slowly, he said, "Wood keeps its scars. You don't get to sand away a mistake without changing the whole piece. People are the same. The wrong word, the rushed decision, the reaction born of heat. These leave marks we cannot always erase. That is why we must learn to work on our lives the way he worked on his wood, slowly, intentionally, with the long view in mind. The first step is emotional awareness. You cannot steer what you refuse to see. Notice the tension in your shoulders when you feel cornered, the quickening of your breath when someone challenges you, the heat in your chest when you think you've been wronged. Naming these sensations, anger, fear, frustration, breaks their invisibility. Once named, they are no longer the unseen hand pushing you forward. They are simply weather passing through, and you can choose to wait for clearer skies. Mindfulness sharpens this ability. It teaches you to stand at the edge of your own emotions and watch without jumping in. In a tense meeting, instead of speaking the first words that rise in you, you can pause, listen, and let silence do its work. Often, silence cools the air. It gives you room to weigh your next step, and it gives others the sense that their voice has been heard, something that can dissolve more conflict than any clever argument. Self-regulation is the muscle that grows from this practice. It is the ability to feel the full force of emotion without being owned by it. Like a captain who steers through a storm without letting the waves dictate his course, you learn to direct your energy toward your values and long-term goals, not toward the satisfaction of winning this one small moment. Empathy is another compass. When you can step outside your own point of view and into another's, you often find the sharp edges of your reaction softening. You see not just the words spoken to you, but the life, fears, and struggles that shape them. This doesn't mean agreeing or surrendering your boundaries. It means recognizing the humanity on the other side, which makes your response more precise, more powerful, and more likely to create peace instead of fracture. Patience threads all of this together. In our age of instant replies and rapid-fire exchanges, patience feels like weakness. It is not. Patience is the strength to let a situation breathe before you do. It is choosing to wait until you can speak from clarity rather than from the smoke of your own unrest. Sometimes that means answering a heated message the next morning instead of in the same minute. Sometimes it means letting another person have the last word because you value the relationship more than the argument. There will be times when the best response is no response at all. This is not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of mastery, the kind that withholds fuel from a fire. In that stillness, the other person is left with only their own words echoing back to them, and often that echo is enough to prompt reflection. Responding instead of reacting requires responsibility. You own not just what you say or do, but the choice to have said or done it. When we react impulsively, we tend to look for someone else to blame. They made me angry, they forced my hand. But when we respond, we acknowledge that our actions are ours alone. That ownership is the soil in which growth takes root. Over time, the practice of responding builds emotional intelligence. You begin to notice patterns in yourself, in others, in the situations that seem to repeat in different clothes. You learn which tones invite openness and which shut it down, which moments call for firmness and which for grace. You stop being dragged into every battle and start choosing the ones worth fighting. This shift has a ripple effect. In the workplace, it turns conflicts into conversations and decisions into considered acts. In personal life, it strengthens trust, deepens respect, and allows love, whether between friends, family, or partners, to breathe without suffocating under constant missteps. The Stoics believed that the measure of a person is not in how they behave when the waters are calm, but in how they hold themselves when the storm hits. To respond, not react, is to stand steady in that storm, choosing each movement with intention. It is to live in such a way that your words and actions today will not become your regrets tomorrow. And when you master this art, you will find that the space between stimulus and response is not just a pause, it is a place of freedom. It is where you decide who you are again and again, no matter what life throws your way. From here, the next step is to turn that same steadiness outward, shaping the way you influence the world rather than being shaped by its noise. Number 9. Protect your boundaries. There is a quiet moment of realization that comes to everyone sooner or later. The moment you see that your exhaustion is not random, that your resentment towards certain people or situations is not unfounded. It is the result of living without clear boundaries. You begin to notice how your time is spent on things you did not choose, how your energy is drained by people who take more than they give, and how your sense of self feels scattered. The Stoics would call this a loss of sovereignty over one's own life, for as Epictetus warned, if you wish to be in control of your soul, you must first refuse to hand it over to the control of another. Boundaries are not walls meant to keep the world away. They are the gates through which life must enter, gates you choose when to open, how far, and to whom. Without them, anyone can walk in, rearrange the furniture of your mind, and leave you cleaning up the mess. With them, you decide what belongs inside your life and what must remain outside. They are not acts of selfishness, but acts of stewardship. If you are the guardian of your own well-being, boundaries are the perimeter you patrol to keep it safe. I once knew a young teacher who loved her work, but found herself staying late every night, grading extra assignments, covering other people's classes, answering emails well past midnight. At first, it seemed noble. She was helping. But over time, she began to dread mornings. Her patience with her students frayed, and her love for teaching dimmed. The turning point came when she realized that her exhaustion was not from teaching, but from the absence of limits. By learning to say no to extra duties, to constant availability, she reclaimed her evenings, her health, and her joy in the classroom. The students noticed the change, and so did she. Setting boundaries begins with self-awareness. You cannot defend what you do not know you need. Take the time to notice when you feel safe, respected, and valued, and when you feel depleted, disrespected, or overlooked. Identify the patterns, the situations, the behaviors, the people that drain you. Once you see these clearly, you can draw the lines that protect your mental, emotional, and even physical space. Marcus Aurelius once advised himself to confine yourself to the present and not be distracted by what is outside your control. Boundaries are precisely this, defining the space where your control exists and refusing to surrender it. But knowing your limits is not enough. You must communicate them. For many, this is the hardest part. We fear that saying no will make us disliked, that asserting ourselves will invite conflict, that protecting our time will look like selfishness. Yet, as the Stoics remind us, it is better to live in accordance with reason than to live in accordance with fear. A simple, clear, and respectful, "I can't take this on right now," is often all it takes. The truth is, people who benefit from your lack of boundaries may resist at first, but those who value you will adjust, and your relationships will grow stronger for it. Boundaries are not fixed forever. Life changes, and so do you. What you tolerate at 20 may be unacceptable at 40. The demands of one season of life will not be the same in the next. Revisit your boundaries often, not out of doubt, but out of respect for your growth. Just as a garden fence may be moved or repaired to suit the land's needs, your boundaries should adapt to protect the current shape of your life. It is equally important to honor the boundaries of others. If you expect your limits to be respected, you must respect theirs. This mutual recognition creates balance, allowing both sides to feel safe and valued. A friendship, a partnership, or a workplace without mutual boundaries will eventually tilt toward resentment or exploitation. When both sides understand where the lines are drawn, trust deepens and conflict lessens. One of the most profound effects of healthy boundaries is the prevention of burnout. Without them, you say yes too often, take on responsibilities that are not yours, and find yourself running on empty. Boundaries are like rest stops on a long journey. They allow you to refuel so you can keep going. Without them, you eventually break down, stranded far from where you wanted to be. Boundaries also protect emotional health. In relationships where limits are unclear or violated, manipulation and neglect can take root. Over time, this erodes self-worth and peace of mind. By clearly defining what behavior you will and will not accept, you protect the core of who you are. You send the message to yourself and others that your well-being is not negotiable. They also protect time. In a world that demands constant availability, saying "I am not free at that time" or "I'm not available for that project" is an act of defiance against chaos. It creates space for rest, for passions, for the quiet moments that make life worth living. Time, once given away, cannot be reclaimed. Boundaries ensure it is spent on what truly matters. In truth, boundaries shape the way others treat you. Every time you enforce a boundary, you teach people what you will tolerate and what you will not. Over time, this creates a culture of respect around you. Those who cannot respect your boundaries will drift away, and though their absence may sting at first, it leaves space for those who truly value you to step closer. Many people fear that boundaries will cause conflict. And yes, they can, but more often they prevent it. Clear expectations reduce misunderstandings. Direct communication cuts through the fog that allows resentment to grow. The discomfort of stating a boundary is small compared to the harm of allowing it to be crossed over and over again. Sometimes, creating a boundary means letting go entirely of a job, of a friendship, of a relationship that refuses to honor your limits. This is among the hardest acts of self-care because it feels like loss, but it is not loss. It is pruning. It is clearing away what cannot grow with you so that something better can take root. When boundaries are met with resistance, remember that this is not a reflection of your worth. It is a reflection of the other person's inability or unwillingness to respect you. Stand firm, distance yourself if needed. The more consistently you protect your space, the more your own mind will learn that you are safe within it. Healthy boundaries are not just emotional, they are physical and mental health practices. Without them, stress rises, anxiety builds, and even the body begins to break under the weight of constant demands. With them, you create room to rest, to heal, to be fully present. This is not indulgence, it is the maintenance required for a life well lived. At first, setting boundaries will feel foreign, even wrong. You may hear the old voices, "Don't be selfish, just go along." It's easier to say yes. But the Stoics would tell you that living well is rarely the easier path. Self-respect is not born from pleasing everyone. It is born from living in alignment with what you know is right. Each time you honor your limits, you strengthen that alignment. Creating healthy boundaries is not about shutting the world out. It is about shaping the way it comes in. It is choosing the pace, the terms, and the balance that allow you to live with clarity and purpose. And once you begin to live this way, you'll find the next challenge is not building your walls higher, but learning how to open the gate only to what deserves to enter. Number 10, live below your means. There comes a moment when you realize that wealth is not built in a single stroke of fortune, but in 1,000 quiet choices. What you spend, what you save, and what you walk away from. In that moment, you see money not as a prize, but as a tool, one that can build freedom or forge chains depending on how you wield it. The Stoics understood this. Seneca wrote, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Financial discipline is the art of mastering those wants, shaping your resources to serve your values instead of letting your desires enslave you." It begins with awareness. You cannot command an army you do not know, and you cannot command your finances if you do not know where your money is going. For many, this is the hidden leak in the ship, spending without thought, allowing coins to slip unnoticed into the sea. By tracking every expense, you hold up a mirror to your financial life. You see the patterns, the unnecessary subscriptions, the meals you barely remember, the impulse buys sparked by a moment's boredom. Awareness brings clarity, and clarity brings choice. A budget is not a cage, it is the map of your financial journey. Just as a sailor needs a chart to avoid drifting off course, you need a budget to steer your money toward your goals. It is here that you assign every dollar a purpose, shelter, sustenance, savings, and the small pleasures that make the voyage worth taking. With a budget, you learn to resist the tempests of impulse spending. You choose the path deliberately instead of being carried by the currents of habit and marketing. In a world where the marketplace whispers constantly in your ear, urging you to buy more, newer, faster, the discipline to pause before you purchase becomes an act of quiet rebellion. Delayed gratification is a shield. It gives you the time to ask, will this add value to my life, or will it soon become another forgotten thing? This habit protects you not only from buyer's remorse, but from the deeper cost, spending the hours of your life on things that do not matter. Then there is the fortress of the emergency fund. Life, in its unpredictability, will send storms, a sudden illness, a car that refuses to start, a job that vanishes without warning. Without reserves, these moments can sink you. But with 3 to 6 months of living expenses saved, you meet the storm with steadiness. You may be drenched, but you will not drown. It is in these moments that the slow, steady discipline of saving proves its worth. Beyond the present storms lies the horizon of retirement. Here, patience is your greatest ally. The earlier you begin, the longer your wealth has to grow, and the more freedom you grant your future self. To set aside money now is to send provisions ahead on the road you will one day walk. The temptation to raid this storehouse for today's pleasures will come, but each time you resist, you are casting a vote for the life you wish to live decades from now. Debt, when managed poorly, is a thief in the night, stealing your future before it arrives. Not all debt is destructive. Some can build if used wisely. But high-interest debt is a chain that grows heavier with time. Financial discipline demands you break it as quickly as possible, freeing the income it consumed so you can direct it towards savings and investments. I once met a man who carried the same credit card balance for years, paying faithfully but never seeing it shrink. When he finally focused on clearing it, he described the feeling as breathing fully for the first time in years. Once freed, you can turn toward growth, investing not for quick wins, but for lasting stability. Markets will rise and fall, but discipline means holding the course, contributing regularly, diversifying wisely, and refusing to be ruled by the panic or greed of the moment. This patience, like the Stoics' calm in adversity, is what allows wealth to mature over time. Living below your means is the quiet engine of all financial strength. It is not deprivation, it is alignment. It is choosing a lifestyle that fits your income rather than chasing the illusion of status. Every dollar you do not spend unnecessarily is a soldier you can send to work for your future. This principle is simple, but it is here that most fail, swept away by the tide of comparison and the lure of appearing wealthy rather than being so. Clear goals are the compass of financial discipline. Without them, you wander, buying, spending, saving sporadically. But when you know exactly what you are working toward, a home, a business, a debt-free life, a peaceful retirement, each decision becomes easier. The sacrifices make sense because they serve a vision you can see. Patience is the virtue that binds all of this together. Wealth is not grown in weeks. It grows like a tree, slowly, invisibly at first, then steadily, until one day its shade covers you completely. In this, financial discipline mirrors Stoic practice. Progress is measured not by the drama of the moment, but by the accumulation of many deliberate acts over time. Beware of lifestyle inflation, the silent undoing of many who climb an income. The pay raises arrive, and so do the larger houses, the newer cars, the pricier vacations. The gains vanish into the same zero balance. The disciplined know that when income rises, the first question should be, how can I save and invest this? And not, how can I spend it? In resisting this expansion of wants, you give your wealth room to grow. Automation is the ally of discipline. By setting your savings, investments, and bill payments to run without your constant intervention, you remove the friction of decision. Your future is funded before temptation has a chance to interfere. This quiet, mechanical consistency builds wealth almost without your noticing, until one day you look back and see how far it has carried you. Regular review is essential. Just as a Stoic examines his conscience at day's end, you must examine your finances periodically. Are you on track? Have your goals shifted? What adjustments must be made? These check-ins keep you accountable, ensure your plan reflects your reality, and allow you to celebrate the victories, both large and small, that keep motivation alive. Perhaps the deepest layer of financial discipline is the mindset from which it grows. A scarcity mindset hoards out of fear, while an abundance mindset manages from a place of confidence. The disciplined investor, the careful spender, the patient saver, they are not ruled by fear of losing, but by the understanding that wealth is built through intentional choices, not luck. In the end, financial discipline is not about the numbers alone. It is about the kind of life you are shaping. It is the freedom to choose your work, the security to face uncertainty without panic, the ability to give generously without regret. It is the quiet strength of knowing that your resources serve your values, not the other way around. And as with all worthy disciplines, it is not a single achievement, but a lifelong practice, one deliberate choice at a time, until those choices become your way of life. Number 11, save with clear purpose. There's a different kind of satisfaction that comes from saving, not the kind where coins pile up in a jar without thought, but the kind where every dollar is a deliberate step toward a life you've chosen. The Stoics would have called this living with intention, acting not because the crowd does, but because you know the why behind each choice. Seneca once wrote, "If a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Saving with purpose is knowing your port." It's the quiet discipline of aligning your financial habits with your deepest values, so that every effort, every sacrifice moves you closer to the future you truly want. The first task is clarity. Without clear goals, saving becomes a shapeless ritual, numbers in an account that grow without meaning and shrink without reason. Ask yourself, what am I building toward? Is it the security of a fully stocked emergency fund, the keys to your own home, the seed money for a business, or the freedom to retire before your strength fades? Define it sharply. A goal that is specific, measurable, and time-bound is not a burden. It's a lighthouse, visible even through storms. Once the destination is set, break it into milestones. Imagine a traveler heading to a distant city. He does not count the entire journey at once, but the towns he will pass through on the way. If your goal is a home down payment in 3 years, calculate what must be set aside each month. Watch as each month's contribution becomes a stone laid in the foundation of your dream. These small victories keep the fire lit when the horizon still feels far. To save with purpose, you must pay yourself first. Before the bills, before the temptations of leisure spending, claim a portion of your income for your future self. This is not selfish, it's respect for the one you will become. Automating this act removes the need for constant willpower. Like a river redirected into fertile fields, your income begins nourishing what truly matters without detouring into waste. A savings plan is your map. It details not just how much you will save, but where it will rest, whether in a high-yield account for short-term needs or in investments designed for the long journey. A wise plan also accounts for the unexpected. Fluctuating income, sudden expenses, shifts in your priorities. The Stoics taught to prepare for adversity while walking in peace. In savings, this means building flexibility without abandoning the destination. Different goals require different vessels. A short voyage, like saving for a vacation or replacing an old appliance, needs the speed and accessibility of a simple savings account. Long voyages, retirement, wealth building demand sturdier ships, capable of compounding returns over years. Knowing which vessel to choose for each journey prevents you from anchoring long-term dreams in shallow waters. A budget is the guard at the gate. It ensures that your resources are directed where they should be, not where fleeting desires push them. It tracks what comes in and what goes out, not to restrict you, but to keep you awake to your own choices. Without it, you drift. With it, you steer. Living within your means is the soil from which purposeful saving grows. It's refusing to let your wants swell to match your income. It's saying, I will not spend my future to decorate my present. In this discipline, freedom is born, because each surplus dollar can be sent forward, a messenger to prepare the life you want waiting ahead. Beware the subtle creep of lifestyle inflation. A raise arrives, and with it, the urge to upgrade, better car, bigger home, finer meals. But if every gain is consumed, nothing remains to build with. Instead, commit to capturing a share of every increase, letting your lifestyle grow slower than your income. Over time, this gap becomes a reservoir of wealth. Tracking progress is a kind of fuel. Each time you measure how far you've come, halfway to that emergency fund, 2/3 to that business investment, you strengthen your resolve. A chart, a journal, a simple number in an app. These are the marks on the wall that remind you effort is not vanishing into the dark. If you're following along now, you might even type a quick focus in the comments to anchor this lesson in your own mind. Peace of mind is one of the greatest rewards of purposeful saving. When you know you can face a job loss, a sudden medical bill, or a broken furnace without panic, you move through life differently. The world still throws storms, but you stand with a shelter already built. An emergency fund in particular is non-negotiable. This is your shield, the buffer that keeps misfortune from devouring the rest of your plans. 3 to 6 months of living expenses, kept separate from other funds, is a fortress against the chaos of chance. Once this is strong, your other goals can grow without constant threat. Investment, too, becomes part of purposeful saving. To simply hoard cash is to let it decay under the slow fire of inflation. Instead, choose vehicles, stocks, bonds, real estate, retirement accounts that let your savings grow as you sleep. Compounding is the quiet ally of the disciplined. Over decades, it transforms modest sums into legacies. Discipline is the steel frame holding it all together. There will be days when the easier choice is to spend, to delay, to tell yourself you'll make it up later. The Stoics would remind you that the will is like a muscle. Neglect it, and it softens. Each time you choose your plan over your impulse, you forge that muscle stronger. Flexibility, however, is not weakness. Life shifts, goals evolve, income changes. Purposeful saving adapts without losing its core aim, just as a ship may alter its course slightly to avoid a storm, but never forgets its final port. Visualization is the art of keeping the destination alive in your mind. Close your eyes and see the home, the travels, the debt-free life, the mornings you wake without the weight of financial fear. The clearer the image, the easier it becomes to sacrifice in the moment because you know exactly what you're building. Automation is the final safeguard. By sending money straight from your income to your savings or investments, you bypass temptation altogether. It becomes the background hum of your financial life, a habit so ingrained you barely notice, yet always moving you forward. And above all, maintain the long view. Wealth built with purpose grows slowly, like a tree taking root. There will be seasons of slow growth and seasons of quick expansion. Stay patient. Stay steady. Your effort will not vanish. It will accumulate until one day you wake and realize the life you envisioned is the life you're living. Saving with purpose is not just about numbers. It's about living in alignment with your values, building a future that reflects your priorities, and granting yourself the peace of mind that comes from readiness. It is a practice, a mindset, and a commitment. And when done with clarity, discipline, and patience, it becomes one of the most powerful expressions of self-mastery you can achieve, financial or otherwise. Number 12. Invest early and wisely. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast, open plain at dawn. The horizon stretches endlessly before you, and the choices you make now determine the path you'll take toward a distant, brighter future. The Stoics often reminded us that we cannot control the entire course of fate, but we can control the steps we take today. Investing in your future is one of those deliberate steps, a decision to plant seeds now that may bear fruit for years, even decades, to come. To invest is not merely to chase profit. It is to prepare a foundation for the life you wish to live, for the security you desire, and for the opportunities you hope to create, not only for yourself, but for those who may come after you. Seneca once said, "The whole future lies in uncertainty. Live immediately." But living immediately does not mean living recklessly. It means using the present moment wisely, so that the future, when it comes, meets you prepared. One of the most powerful truths about investing is the value of starting early. Think of time as a silent ally, working in the background through the force of compounding. When you reinvest what your investments earn, those earnings begin to produce earnings of their own, creating a snowball that grows larger with every passing year. Even modest sums, when given enough time, can grow into something substantial. A young apprentice who puts away a small portion of his earnings each month may one day surpass the wealth of a merchant who starts saving late. Not because the apprentice was richer, but because he gave time a chance to work in his favor. The Stoic sees the virtue in this, the discipline to begin now, no matter how small, and the patience to let nature take its course. Yet, time alone is not enough. To invest well, you must first know your destination. Just as a sailor charts his course before setting sail, you must define your financial goals before committing your resources. Are you building wealth to secure your retirement, funding your children's education, creating a safety net that allows you to pursue work that fulfills rather than enslaves you? When your goals are clear, your decisions gain clarity as well. You know not only what to pursue, but also what to avoid. Without this vision, investments become random acts of speculation, like setting out to sea without a compass. Every journey into the markets, however, is met with uncertainty. Risk is the ever-present wind, sometimes propelling you forward, sometimes threatening to drive you off course. The Stoics would advise not to fear it, but to understand it. Risk cannot be eliminated, but it can be managed. If you are early in your journey, you may choose to endure stronger winds in exchange for swifter progress. Embracing higher risk, higher return investments. As you approach your destination, you may prefer calmer waters, trading speed for stability. Knowing your own risk tolerance is a form of self-knowledge, and in investing, as in philosophy, self-knowledge is the beginning of wisdom. From this understanding comes the principle of diversification. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." In investing, obstacles are inevitable: a market downturn, a sudden economic shock. Diversification is the art of ensuring that one obstacle does not halt your entire journey. By spreading your resources across different asset classes, stocks, bonds, real estate, perhaps even your own business ventures, you create resilience. One faltering investment can be offset by another that thrives, keeping your course steady even in turbulent seas. A common myth whispers that investing is reserved for the wealthy. In truth, the gates are open to anyone willing to walk through with discipline and intention. With modern tools, retirement accounts, index funds, fractional shares, you can begin with modest sums. What matters most is not the size of your first step, but the fact that you take it, and that you take it again, consistently over time. The farmer who plants a few seeds each season will one day walk through a thriving orchard, not because each planting was grand, but because it was steady. This steadiness requires more than just money. It requires knowledge. The world of investing can seem complex, filled with jargon and shifting trends. But knowledge is a fortress. Read books on financial wisdom, study the lessons of seasoned investors, learn how different assets behave and why. Like Epictetus advised of life itself, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Learn what kind of investor you wish to be, then act accordingly, rather than being swayed by every gust of popular opinion. Retirement planning stands as one of the most urgent reasons to invest. A Stoic accepts that the strength of youth will fade and that one day the body will demand more rest than work. By steadily building a retirement fund, whether through a 401k, IRA, or other accounts, you create a future where your needs are met without desperation. Here, too, patience is key. Growth in these accounts is slow at first, but relentless over decades. Each contribution is a small act of self-respect, a refusal to burden your future self with the consequences of today's neglect. But investments are not limited to markets alone. Education is another form of investing in your future, perhaps the most powerful of all. Skills, knowledge, and experience are assets no market crash can erase. Whether it's your own learning or the education of your children, these investments often yield returns in the form of higher earning potential, richer opportunities, and greater independence. The Stoics placed immense value on learning, not for prestige, but for the freedom that comes from understanding the world more deeply. Real estate, too, has long been a favored vessel for building wealth. A well-chosen property can provide shelter, income, and appreciation over time. But like all investments, it demands diligence. Study the market, understand the responsibilities of ownership, prepare for periods when tenants or buyers are scarce. The patient and prepared investor can turn real estate into a cornerstone of long-term security. As you invest, remember the quiet thief of inflation. Money left idle loses value over time, buying less with each passing year. To stand still is, in truth, to move backward. Investing in assets that grow faster than inflation, stocks, property, or other productive holdings is not greed, it is protection. A Stoic does not hoard gold under the floorboards, letting it waste away. He puts it to work so that its strength is preserved. In all of this, the greatest teacher is compounding. Imagine a tree in your garden that not only grows taller each year, but drops seeds that grow into new trees, which themselves begin to produce seeds. Over decades, the garden becomes a forest, all from one small planting. Compounding works the same way. Reinvested earnings give birth to new earnings, and time multiplies their effect beyond what seems possible at first glance. The key is to begin early and resist the temptation to harvest too soon. Patience, then, is as vital in investing as it is in philosophy. The markets will rise and fall. There will be seasons of fear when others rush to sell, and seasons of euphoria when greed blinds the crowd. A Stoic investor stays the course, guided by reason, not emotion. As Marcus Aurelius might advise, if it is endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining. Endure the downturns with composure, for they are temporary, and act with prudence during the highs, for they too will pass. Reinvesting your returns accelerates this process. Dividends, interest, capital gains, rather than taking them as instant rewards, roll them back into your investments. Let them work alongside your original capital, multiplying the force of compounding. Over years, this discipline can transform modest beginnings into remarkable results. As your wealth grows, consider its destiny beyond your own life. Estate planning ensures that the fruits of your discipline are passed on according to your wishes. Whether it is to provide for family, support causes you cherish, or establish a lasting legacy, thoughtful planning protects your work from being undone by confusion, taxation, or legal disputes after you are gone. Tax efficiency is another mark of the disciplined investor. Understand how different investments are taxed and use this knowledge to your advantage. Tax-advantaged accounts can shelter your returns from unnecessary erosion, allowing more of your gains to continue compounding. Here again, knowledge becomes profit. Above all, investing in your future requires a mindset of responsibility. You are the steward of your resources. Each decision you make with your money is also a decision about your life and your future. By educating yourself, diversifying wisely, starting early, and remaining patient, you live in alignment with the Stoic principle of preparing for what you can control and accepting what you cannot. In the end, investing is not just a financial act, it is a philosophical one. It is the practice of trading short-term ease for long-term freedom, of acting today in service of the person you will become tomorrow. And when that tomorrow arrives, you will meet it not as someone caught off guard, but as someone who prepared the ground, planted the seeds, and patiently tended the garden until it flourished. Number 13. Master the psychology of money. Picture a coin resting in your palm. It is small, silent, unassuming, yet it carries with it the weight of emotions, memories, fears, and hopes. Money is never just paper and metal. It is a mirror, reflecting how we see ourselves, what we believe is possible, and what we fear losing. The Stoics might remind us that money itself is indifferent, neither good nor bad, but our judgments about it, our attachments to it, are what give it power over our lives. Our relationship with money begins long before we ever earn our first coin. Childhood impressions, the way our parents spoke about bills, how they reacted to scarcity or abundance, lay the groundwork for our financial habits. A child raised in a home where money was scarce may grow into an adult who guards every dollar as if danger lurks around the corner. Another raised in abundance may learn to spend with ease, sometimes to the point of carelessness. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Whether we cling to every cent or chase more without end, the underlying mindset can quietly dictate our choices for decades. This mindset is shaped by the stories we tell ourselves. Stories of scarcity or abundance. The scarcity mindset whispers that there is never enough, that security can only be won by relentless accumulation. It can lead to stress, hesitation, and a life ruled by fear of loss. The abundance mindset, in contrast, trusts that opportunities can be created through effort, creativity, and persistence. Neither is purely right or wrong. The Stoic task is to observe which mindset governs us, and to ask whether it serves our long-term peace or sabotages it. Emotions, too, play a formidable role in how we handle money. Fear, envy, excitement, and guilt often outweigh reason. The fear of missing out can push someone to spend recklessly on fleeting trends. The fear of loss can cause another to avoid investing altogether, leaving potential growth unrealized. A man might refuse a much-needed family trip because of guilt over past mistakes, while another might overcompensate by overspending to erase that same guilt. Here, discipline is the cure. To pause before acting, to notice the emotional current beneath a financial decision, is to reclaim control from impulse. Cognitive biases, those subtle distortions in our thinking, also shape our financial behavior. The anchoring effect can convince us a $50 purchase is a bargain simply because it was marked down from $100, regardless of need. Loss aversion makes the sting of losing far outweigh the joy of gaining, which can paralyze us when bold action is required. The Stoics would see this as a failure to judge clearly, as being ruled by appearances rather than reality. By recognizing these mental traps, we can learn to respond with reason instead of reflex. Self-control lies at the heart of financial discipline. The ability to delay gratification, to choose a distant but greater reward over an immediate but lesser one, is a kind of inner wealth. A craftsman saving to buy his own workshop resists the temptation of small luxuries today, knowing they pale in comparison to the freedom he will gain tomorrow. This is not deprivation. It is strategic sacrifice, the kind Marcus Aurelius might call living according to one's higher purpose. Credit offers a clear view of money's psychological pull, the ease of a swipe, the instant possession of something not yet earned. These can seduce even the cautious. For some, it brings a sense of freedom. For others, a quiet chain of debt that grows heavier with time. To use credit wisely requires seeing past the illusion of immediate satisfaction and weighing the long-term cost to our stability and peace. We are also creatures of comparison. The neighbor's new car, a friend's lavish vacation, these images, especially amplified by social media, can ignite feelings of inadequacy or competition. Yet the Stoics warn that measuring ourselves by others' fortunes is folly. True wealth is to want less, not to own more than another. When we stop letting others' displays dictate our goals, we can focus on building a life that fits our own values rather than a borrowed image of success. Financial freedom is a common ambition, but its meaning is deeply personal. For some, it is early retirement. For others, the ability to choose work based on passion rather than necessity. Yet the pursuit can turn into a trap if it becomes an obsession, stripping joy from the present in the name of an imagined future. Here lies a Stoic balance, to prepare wisely for tomorrow without forfeiting the life we can live today. Financial security offers comfort, but it should be seen as a means, not an end. A person who pins their happiness solely on reaching a certain number in the bank may find the goal empty once achieved. Security is best understood as a platform from which to live fully, to nurture health, relationships, and purpose. Wealth without these is an empty fortress. Money's connection to power is another psychological thread. To some, accumulating wealth brings a sense of control over their own lives, over others, over the shape of events. Yet, power's allure can distort priorities, leading to greed, reckless risk, or the erosion of integrity. The Stoic ideal reminds us that true power lies in mastery over oneself, not in the domination of others through wealth. Saving and investing carry their own psychological weight. Some thrive on building for the future. Others see saving as a constraint, preferring to spend freely in the present. Both extremes have their dangers. Neglecting the future courts instability, while hoarding for tomorrow can drain joy from today. The art is in finding harmony, to spend enough to live well now, yet save enough to live well later. The fear of financial failure can freeze us in place, keeping us from taking necessary risks. Perhaps someone grew up in a household that collapsed under debt, or carries the shame of a failed venture. But failure, viewed through the Stoic lens, is a teacher rather than a death sentence. Each setback is a lesson in judgment, timing, or courage, provided we dare to face it. Our identity often becomes tangled with our wealth. Some tie self-worth to income or possessions, measuring their value in material terms. This can fuel overspending to maintain a certain image, or shame when fortunes decline. By remembering that money is a tool, not a measure of character, we free ourselves to live more authentically, unbound from the need to constantly prove our worth through wealth. Boundaries are as important in finance as in relationships. Deciding what we will and will not spend on, how much debt we are willing to take, and what commitments align with our values, protects us from the drift of impulse and external pressure. A clear boundary might mean turning down an opportunity that conflicts with your principles or refusing a purchase that serves status over substance. Financial independence, the state of not needing to work for survival, can be liberating, yet it is not the ultimate purpose of life. If pursued blindly, it can lead to neglect of relationships, health, or personal growth. Independence is best used as a means to expand choice, not as a singular obsession that consumes all else. Wealth, ironically, can bring its own emotional burdens. Those who inherit or rapidly gain wealth may feel guilt, anxiety, or the fear of losing it. The newly wealthy may also experience isolation, unsure whom to trust. Like any resource, wealth requires emotional maturity to manage well. Without it, the gift becomes a weight. The desire for control can make us overly rigid with money, while the fear of losing control can make us avoidant. Both paths limit growth. A healthier approach balances active management with flexibility, allowing space for adaptation when life shifts. This balance is not perfection, but resilience. Perhaps the deepest question is, what is enough? Many spend their lives chasing more without ever defining the point of arrival. The Stoics taught contentment not as resignation, but as the wisdom to recognize when the pursuit of more has replaced the enjoyment of what already is. Defining enough for yourself can be one of the most freeing financial decisions you ever make. Shame and guilt over past financial mistakes can cloud judgment, causing us to avoid decisions or delay action. But no fortune is improved by self-condemnation. Forgiveness of ourselves and our past is necessary to move forward with clarity. Comparison with others remains one of the most corrosive forces to financial peace. Your progress is not diminished by another's success. The truest measure is whether you are more secure, more capable, and more at peace than you were before. Financial literacy is the antidote to much of the fear surrounding money. Understanding how money works, how to invest, budget, and manage debt transforms uncertainty into choice. Knowledge replaces fear with clarity. Ultimately, the psychology of money is a lifelong study because our relationship with it evolves as we do. New stages of life bring new challenges, and the beliefs that once served us may need to be replaced. By remaining aware of the unseen forces, the emotions, the biases, the early influences, we gain the freedom to choose our financial path with intention. In the end, money is a servant, not a master. It can fund comfort, security, and opportunity, but it cannot by virtue, wisdom, or peace of mind. These are earned through character, not currency. If we approach money with awareness, discipline, and balance, we can use it to build not only a stable future, but a meaningful one, a life in which wealth serves us rather than the other way around. Number 14. Spend with mindful purpose. Imagine standing in a market filled with colors, sounds, and scents. Every stall offers something enticing, a taste, a trinket, a fleeting thrill. Your hand reaches instinctively for your coin purse, but you pause. You ask yourself, do I want this, or do I simply want the feeling it promises? That pause is where mindful spending begins. It is not the art of denying yourself, but the art of choosing with clarity, ensuring every purchase echoes your values, supports your goals, and leaves you at peace long after the initial excitement fades. The Stoics taught that nothing has value in itself, only the value we assign to it. Marcus Aurelius urged, "Consider what you are doing, and why." Strip away the illusion, and you will see its true worth. Mindful spending follows this same path, stripping away impulse, habit, and social pressure until what remains is a deliberate choice. It begins with awareness, knowing where your money flows and why. For many, money slips away quietly, spent on things barely remembered. Awareness is like turning on a light in a dark room. Suddenly, you see every object clearly, and you begin to move with intention. Consider a craftsman who notices that over months, his earnings vanish into takeout meals and unused subscriptions. When he finally looks closely, he feels both surprise and opportunity. By making small changes, cooking at home, cancelling what no longer serves him, he redirects those coins toward tools for his workshop, something that expands his skill and income. This is mindful spending at work, not merely cutting, but redirecting toward what matters most. One of the hardest lessons in mindful spending is distinguishing between needs and wants. Needs are the foundation: shelter, food, healthcare, transport. Wants add color and comfort, but they are not the structure. Seneca warned against being poor in the midst of plenty, a state we enter when wants consume what should be reserved for needs. To honor your needs first is to build on solid ground. Then, when you choose a want, you do so from abundance, not desperation. But mindful spending demands we go deeper still into the emotional roots of our choices. Often, purchases are not about the item itself, but the feeling we hope it will give us. Boredom buys gadgets, stress orders comfort food, loneliness seeks luxury. In these moments, the object is a messenger for an unspoken need. When we see this clearly, we can meet the need directly. A walk to clear the mind, a call to a friend, a moment of stillness without surrendering to a purchase we may later regret. A budget in this practice is not a prison, but a compass. It points us toward the life we wish to live, making sure our steps lead us there. A budget that reflects your values will protect what matters most to you, whether it is travel, learning, giving, or building security, while gently closing the door on wasteful detours. Think of it as setting boundaries in a garden. You are not stopping growth, but guiding it so that the strongest plants thrive. From this clarity comes a quiet joy, the ability to savor simple pleasures without guilt. A coffee shared with a friend, a well-made jacket that lasts for years, a book that changes how you see the world. These need not be extravagant to be rich in value. Experiences often linger longer than objects, their memory nourishing us long after the moment passes. Debt, in the Stoic sense, is not just a financial burden, but a form of servitude. The one who owes is not free. Mindful spending helps us avoid chaining our future to the whims of the present. When you choose to wait, to save, to live within your means, you are protecting not just your bank balance, but your freedom to act without constraint. Every purchase is also a statement of values. When we spend, we cast a vote for the kind of world we wish to support, the kind of person we wish to be. Choosing goods that align with our principles, whether that means sustainable materials, fair labor, or local craftsmanship, ensures that our money moves in harmony with our conscience. This alignment extends into our long-term goals. If you dream of owning a home, traveling the world, or securing a comfortable retirement, each purchase should be weighed against these visions. Ask, does this bring me closer to that future or pull me away? Such questions act as a filter, ensuring we do not trade tomorrow's security for today's passing comfort. In a world flooded with marketing and manufactured desire, mindful spending is an act of quiet rebellion. It asks us to resist the constant pull toward more and to define success on our own terms. It may mean buying less, but it also means living more aligned, more present, more true. Minimalism can be a powerful ally in this journey. To own fewer things, but each chosen with care, is to free both space and mind. The less clutter we have, physical or financial, the more room there is for what truly matters. A man who fills his home with only what he values finds it easier to keep his mind uncluttered as well. Technology, too, is a double-edged blade. It offers tools for budgeting, tracking and saving, but also endless opportunities for distraction and impulse buying. To use it mindfully means leveraging its strengths while guarding against its snares, setting alerts for budgets, but perhaps also silencing the notifications that lure us toward unplanned purchases. Over time, mindful spending shifts our relationship with money entirely. We stop seeing it as a finite stash to be protected or exhausted and start seeing it as a tool, a means to shape our lives intentionally. This perspective removes both fear and recklessness, replacing them with stewardship. With stewardship comes confidence. When you know that every dollar you spend has a purpose, you stand on solid ground. You can plan, act, and adapt without panic. And this confidence is not born of wealth alone, but of clarity and discipline. Mindful spending also deepens gratitude. When each purchase is intentional, it is more appreciated. You begin to notice how much you already have, how much of your life is already abundant. Gratitude shifts the focus from what is missing to what is present, and in doing so, reduces the restless craving for more. In the end, mindful spending is not a single decision, but a practice, one that evolves as your life does. Your priorities will shift, your goals will grow, and so must your spending habits. But the core remains: awareness, intention, and alignment. The Stoics knew that wealth, like health, is best preserved by moderation and wise use. As Epictetus said, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. When we spend mindfully, we are not merely managing money. We are shaping a life that reflects our values, honors our goals, and allows us to walk lightly yet firmly toward the future we choose. Number 15. Consistency builds true freedom. There's a quiet force that decides whether your dreams remain ideas or become reality, and that force is consistency. You won't feel its power in a single day or even in a week, but over months, years, and decades, it carves a path so steady that you can look back and barely believe how far you've walked. In the realm of finance, as in life, it's not the grand gestures that change your destiny, but the daily disciplines, the small acts repeated without fanfare, without applause, without the need for constant results. The Stoics knew this truth well. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Consistency is the act of being your principles, not occasionally, but every day. In money, this means showing up for your goals, even when the market dips, when your paycheck feels too small, when temptations whisper in your ear. It's saving a small amount from every income, tracking where your money flows, reviewing your plan, and doing it again tomorrow and the day after. These habits, repeated until they become as automatic as breathing, form the foundation of your financial strength. But here's the challenge: impatience is always waiting to pull you off the path. We live in an age of instant gratification, where the world offers you the illusion of overnight success. Yet wealth, like character, grows slowly. If you plant a tree today, you cannot force its fruit to ripen tomorrow. You must give it seasons, and in those seasons, you will feel tempted to abandon the work when the rewards don't appear on your timeline. But consistency is the antidote to that impulse, the calm refusal to measure your progress by the hour, and the choice to trust in the compounding of small, deliberate acts. Think of the investor who buys during market highs and lows, year after year, resisting the urge to time perfection, or the person who chooses to pay an extra $50 toward debt every month, even when it feels insignificant. Over time, those choices become proof of discipline. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Impatience is one way we waste it. Patience, tied to consistent effort, is how we build what lasts. This steadiness is not just about numbers, it's about mastering your emotions. Fear, greed, and excitement can hijack even the most logical financial plan. A sudden dip in the market sparks panic. A bonus at work triggers impulsive spending. Consistency demands emotional discipline, making choices anchored to long-term aims rather than momentary feelings. It's like standing in a storm and choosing not to run with the wind, but to keep walking toward the horizon you've already chosen. Clear goals are the compass for this journey. Without them, you drift, easily swayed by trends or distractions. Goals like pay off this debt, save for that home, or retire by this age give you direction. And these goals aren't set once and forgotten. They are revisited, refined, and adjusted as life unfolds, ensuring your consistency is always aimed at something worth the effort. Practical tools can make this discipline easier. Automation, for example, turns intention into action without relying on daily willpower. Automatic transfers to savings or investments mean that even on chaotic days, your plan continues without interruption. Tracking your progress brings its own motivation. Seeing how far you've come transforms the abstract into the tangible. Small victories marked along the way remind you that slow progress is still progress. Of course, life will test you. You will miss a target 1 month, face an unexpected expense, or feel the weight of monotony. Consistency is not perfection, it's resilience. The Stoics taught that the obstacle is the way. A setback is not a stop sign, but a lesson. What matters is the speed and strength of your return to the path. This journey demands financial discipline, the kind that chooses long-term stability over momentary indulgence. It's the ability to resist the luxury purchase that adds nothing to your life, to avoid the debt that erodes your peace. Over time, this discipline becomes part of you, requiring less effort and carrying more reward. And in that discipline lies the secret to compound growth. The longer and more steadily you save, invest, and avoid waste, the more your wealth grows, interest upon interest, like ripples expanding across a still lake. But consistency is not rigidity. Life changes, incomes rise or fall, goals shift, emergencies arrive. True consistency adapts without abandoning its core direction. It's the same as a Stoic adjusting his sails to the wind while keeping the ship aimed at the port. Having a mentor or someone to hold you accountable can reinforce this path. Regular conversations, honest feedback, and encouragement make the journey less solitary. And through it all, you must carry realistic expectations. There is no get-rich by Friday. The journey to financial stability is a marathon, and the reward is not only the wealth at the end, but the character you forge along the way. When your spending, saving, and investing are aligned with your deepest values, staying consistent becomes almost effortless. If your choices reflect the life you truly want, not one borrowed from advertising or envy, then every act of discipline is an act of self-respect. Consistency is also your shield in crisis. An economic downturn, a job loss, an unexpected expense, these do not break the person who has been quietly building a safety net through steady action. They merely become tests you are prepared to pass. There's another gift in this, the ability to seize opportunity. Those who have saved steadily are ready when the right investment appears, when the perfect home is available, when the chance to start a business knocks. Without consistency, those moments pass by, leaving only regret. And perhaps the most underrated benefit, the sense of progress. Large goals can feel daunting, even impossible. But when you divide them into daily actions and stick to them, progress becomes visible. That visibility fuels motivation, creating a self-reinforcing cycle. Financial literacy deepens along the way. Each month of tracking, each year of investing, each adjustment to your budget sharpens your understanding. You become not only wealthier, but wiser, less swayed by hype, more confident in your own judgment. In investing, consistency allows you to ride out volatility. Regular contributions, regardless of market swings, smooth the journey and maximize long-term gains. In paying off debt, consistency chips away at what once felt immovable until one day the burden is gone. In saving, it builds the cushion that protects your future and quiets the anxiety of what if. Even your outlook shifts. Consistency breeds trust in yourself. Each repeated act proves you are capable, disciplined, and reliable, the kind of person who will show up for their own future. This self-trust creates a quiet pride, the kind that does not boast, but simply knows, I will handle what comes. And perhaps most beautifully, your example teaches others, children, friends, anyone who watches you, that slow and steady is not only possible, but powerful. Your habits ripple outward, shaping more than just your own destiny. In the end, consistency is not merely a tactic, it is a way of living that turns scattered effort into lasting achievement. Through it, you gain the freedom to act without fear, to face uncertainty with readiness, and to build a life on a foundation no storm can shake. Master your daily actions, your thoughts, your emotions, and your money before they master you. For in doing so, you hold the keys not only to financial success, but to a life of stability, dignity, and peace. The truth is, you already have everything you need to begin. The power to change is in your hands. Consistency is the thread that holds every financial principle together. Without it, even the best strategy collapses under the weight of neglect and distraction. But knowing what to do is only half the battle. The other half is understanding the forces that threaten to pull you off course. Before we can strengthen the pillars of our financial life, we must first recognize the cracks, the subtle signs of weakness, the patterns that quietly drain progress, and the mindsets that keep us trapped. In the next part, we will step into that uncomfortable territory, not to dwell on the problems, but to see them clearly enough that we can rise above them. Sign 1. Your actions drift off course. Have you ever reached the end of a day, only to wonder how it slipped away from you? You remember the hours passing, but you can't quite recall directing them with intention. Instead, the day feels as though it was shaped by habit, distraction, and the endless pull of small, unexamined choices. Marcus Aurelius once observed, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, but those thoughts inevitably manifest in action, and your daily actions, more than any grand event, dictate the trajectory of your life." This is where many of us falter. We imagine life is built upon rare, monumental decisions, a career move, a relationship choice, a financial gamble. But in truth, it is crafted in the ordinary, repeated moments. The way you start your morning, how you respond to frustration, what you choose to consume, be it food, information, or conversation. Each of these is a vote for the kind of person you will become. Consider the story of a craftsman in a quiet coastal town. His furniture was sought after, not because it was flashy, but because every piece radiated precision and care. When asked for his secret, he simply replied, "I do the next thing right." He wasn't speaking about perfection. He was speaking about consistency. Each cut of wood, each stroke of the plane, each moment spent checking the alignment, it all reflected his discipline to act with intention in every small movement. Over the years, this became his identity, a man whose daily actions were worthy of respect. When we fail to control our daily actions, the damage is rarely immediate. Missing one workout, procrastinating on one important task, spending impulsively just once, it doesn't destroy a life. But these once-in-a-while choices accumulate. They form grooves in the mind, teaching us to tolerate our own inattention, until we find ourselves living far from where we thought we were headed. Like a ship drifting only a few degrees off course, the difference may be invisible at first, but over time it can lead us to an entirely unintended shore. The Stoics understood this danger. Epictetus taught, "You become what you give your attention to. Attention shapes action, and action shapes fate." If your attention is scattered, reactive, or governed by impulse, your actions will reflect it. And if your actions are undirected, your life will be as well. This is why self-mastery begins not in grand gestures, but in the discipline to govern what you do moment by moment. Ask yourself, how do you open your day? Do you reach for your phone, allowing notifications to pull you into the chaos of other people's priorities? Or do you center yourself first, deciding what truly matters before the noise finds you? Do you act from a plan, or do you merely react to the day as it unfolds? These are not trivial questions. They are the foundation of your autonomy. The greatest challenge in controlling daily actions is that they feel small, almost insignificant. That's why they are so easy to neglect. But this is also their power. Because they are small, they are within your control today, not someday in the distant future. If you can govern one action, you can govern another. Over time, the compounding effect of this control will shape a life that cannot be taken off course by whims, temptations, or setbacks. I once met a man who transformed his health, his finances, and his relationships, not by setting massive, overwhelming goals, but by choosing 3 daily actions and refusing to break them for any reason. For him, it was writing in a journal each morning, walking 5 miles a day, and saving a fixed percentage of every dollar earned. These were modest acts on their own, but over 10 years, they reshaped his mind, his body, and his future. The key wasn't luck, talent, or resources. It was the quiet, relentless discipline to keep showing up. In the modern world, we are pulled constantly toward immediate gratification, an easier option, a quicker fix, a smaller effort. But the Stoic path reminds us that the self is built slowly, through endurance and deliberate action. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Often, the dread of doing something difficult is far worse than the act itself. But when you commit to consistent, purposeful actions, that dread loses its power. The choice is already made. The action is already set. This is not about rigidity. Controlling your daily actions does not mean clinging stubbornly to a routine no matter what life throws at you. It means holding to your principles so firmly that even when you adapt to changing circumstances, the essence of your discipline remains intact. If you can't run today, you walk. If you can't invest a large sum this month, you save what you can. The form may change, but the commitment does not. The truth is, we are all in the process of becoming something. The question is whether that process is happening by design or by default. If you do not take ownership of your daily actions, you surrender that process to chance, to circumstance, and to the demands of others. But if you do take ownership, you find that the day bends to your will, and the life you are building moves steadily toward the vision you have chosen. Perhaps the most profound benefit of controlling your daily actions is the trust it builds within yourself. When you consistently follow through on what you've decided matters, you stop doubting your own resolve. You know you can rely on yourself. And self-trust is the bedrock of all confidence, not arrogance, not hope, but the quiet certainty that you will act as you have promised yourself you will. If you find yourself overwhelmed, start small. Choose one action that, if done daily, would move your life forward. Do it today, do it tomorrow, and when you feel resistance, because you will, remember that the moment you take control in the smallest thing, you plant the seed of control in greater things. Like the craftsman in his shop, the quality of your life's work will be determined not by the size of your ambitions, but by the care you give to each small act. In the end, controlling your daily actions is less about discipline for its own sake, and more about freedom. Freedom from drifting, from regret, from living a life that happens to you instead of through you. Every day is a set of moments waiting to be shaped. Shape them with intention, and you shape yourself. And once you master this, you are ready to move into the next principle. Building unshakable financial habits that reflect the same deliberate care you bring to every other part of your life. Sign 2, habits no longer serve you. There's a quiet kind of strength in knowing that no matter what storms pass through your life, your foundation will hold. But ask yourself, what does that foundation actually rest on? It is not a sudden windfall or a lucky break. It's not a single brilliant investment or a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The true foundation is habit, small, repeated actions that become as natural as breathing, guiding you without the need for constant willpower. In finance, as in life, These habits decide whether we stand firm or crumble when pressure comes. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. That power over your mind is exactly what transforms a good intention into a daily ritual. And those rituals, saving, budgeting, investing, reviewing, become the invisible guardrails that keep you from veering off course. Imagine a man who never thought of himself as disciplined. He lived paycheck to paycheck, constantly swayed by whatever caught his attention. But one day, after a financial scare, a missed rent payment that nearly left him without a home, he decided to make one change: to save $10 a day, no matter what. At first, it felt laughable. $10 couldn't change his life, but he did it anyway. Day after day, the act became routine. Months later, he had enough saved for emergencies. Years later, that same habit, scaled up with his growing income, built the fund that allowed him to start his own business. The habit, not the amount, was the key. We tend to underestimate habits because they are humble. They don't shout. They don't deliver instant results. In the age of rapid gratification, that can make them feel almost invisible. But like water carving stone, their power lies in time and persistence. You don't build unshakable financial habits by waiting for the perfect circumstances. You build them by deciding that the habit matters more than your mood, more than the day's convenience, more than any excuse. The Stoics often spoke of discipline as a form of freedom, and nowhere is this more true than in your financial life. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you master your financial habits, you are no longer a prisoner to the chaos of unexpected expenses or the panic of an empty account. You are free, not because life stops throwing challenges at you, but because you've prepared for them in advance. Think of financial habits as a series of gates that protect you. The first gate is saving, setting aside a portion of your income before you ever see it as spendable. The second is budgeting, directing your money toward what actually matters rather than letting it leak into the trivial. The third is tracking, knowing where your money goes, not because you're obsessed, but because you respect the role it plays in your life. And the fourth is review, looking at your progress, not to judge yourself, but to stay awake to the patterns shaping your future. These gates are not built in a single day. They require patience, and they require resilience when you inevitably fail at one or more of them. Because you will fail. There will be months when your expenses overshoot your plans, when your savings are interrupted, when you skip the review. But failure only becomes fatal if you let it stop the habit entirely. The key is to return, always return, to the routine. Seneca wrote, "It does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop." One of the greatest benefits of strong financial habits is that they insulate you from the emotional storms that derail so many people's financial plans. When a market dips, when a big expense hits, when fear or greed clouds your judgment, your habits remain the same. You still save, you still budget, you still review. These consistent actions pull you through uncertainty without the need for constant decision-making, which is where most people falter. There's another hidden gift in building these habits. They strengthen your sense of identity. At first, you may see yourself as someone who's trying to manage money better, but over time, with each repeated action, you become someone who does manage money well. This identity shift is crucial because once you see yourself as a disciplined, intentional person, your decisions naturally follow that image. You stop wrestling with the question of whether you'll save this month or track your expenses. You already know the answer because it's who you are. It's important to understand that these habits don't need to be complex. In fact, the more complex they are, the less likely they are to last. Simplicity is strength here. For some, that might mean automating savings so it happens without thought. For others, it might be reviewing spending every Sunday evening with a cup of tea. The ritual matters more than the method. If it's simple enough to sustain, it's powerful enough to transform. I've seen people make the mistake of trying to overhaul their entire financial life in one go, setting strict budgets, extreme savings goals, and complex investment plans all at once. They burn out within weeks. A Stoic would remind us that discipline grows like a tree, slowly, through seasons of care. Start with one habit you can keep even on your worst days. Once it's secure, add another. Layer upon layer, you'll build something unshakable. The world will constantly try to shake your financial stability. Emergencies, temptations, and unpredictable changes will test you. But if you have these habits deeply rooted, you will not sway. You may bend, adjust, or slow down, but you will not break. That is the essence of Unshakable. Not an absence of difficulty, but the presence of resilience. And here's the irony. When your habits are strong enough, they eventually disappear from your conscious effort. They simply become the way you live. You no longer think about whether to save. It's just what happens when money arrives. You don't debate whether to review your finances. It's as automatic as brushing your teeth. This is the point where financial mastery stops feeling like discipline and starts feeling like freedom. In the end, building unshakable financial habits is not just about money. It's about becoming the kind of person who can be trusted with resources, with responsibilities, with their own future. Because money, in the Stoic view, is never the ultimate goal. It's simply a tool, and the one who wields it with discipline will always be richer than the one who chases it without control. Anchor your habits today, and you will stand tomorrow on ground that cannot be moved. And once those roots are set, you will be ready to embrace the next lesson, the art of patience, and why resisting the lure of instant rewards is the key to building something truly lasting. Sign 3. Impatience is driving your choices. Have you ever sat down to do something important, only to realize hours later that you've done everything except that one thing? You started with the best of intentions, check an email, glance at a notification, reply to a message, and before you knew it, the thread of your focus had unraveled completely. What makes it worse is that these moments don't feel catastrophic in isolation. A few seconds here, a few minutes there, surely they can't ruin a life. But the truth is, they can. Not all theft is loud and obvious. Some of it is quiet, slow, and disguised as harmless convenience. The Stoics spoke often of guarding the mind as you would guard a city's gates. Marcus Aurelius warned that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Yet, in our time, the gates are flung wide open, and the invaders are not armies, but pings, alerts, and endless scrolls. We do not lose our days to grand tragedies. We lose them to constant distraction. And each time we give in, we train ourselves to live on the surface of our own lives, never diving deep enough to see what lies beneath. I once knew a man named Elias, a gifted craftsman who built furniture so precise that each joint fit as if the wood had grown that way. His work was sought after by collectors, but in his later years, his productivity slowed to a crawl. When I visited his workshop, I saw the reason, not a lack of skill, but a constant drifting of attention. He would begin shaping a table leg, then wander off to check his phone. He'd start polishing a surface, then leave halfway through to watch the news. the pieces piled up, half-finished, gathering dust. His talent hadn't vanished. It had been eroded, grain by grain, by distraction. And isn't that how most of us lose our potential? Not in a single dramatic collapse, but in the small leaks we never seal. Every time we shift our attention unnecessarily, we abandon the work of the moment. We tell ourselves we'll return to it, but something else always comes first. The mind becomes restless, incapable of sustained effort, addicted to the quick hit of novelty. This is why so many dreams never materialize. They are drafted in moments of clarity, then buried under layers of interruption. The Stoic answer to this isn't to live in total isolation or to reject every external stimulus. It is to reclaim the power of deliberate attention. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And wasting time doesn't always mean idleness. It can mean scattering your focus so widely that nothing receives the depth it deserves. Mindfulness in this context is not just about being present. It's about being selective with what earns your presence. If you want proof of how costly distraction is, think of the last time you were completely absorbed in something meaningful. Hours passed without you noticing. Your mind felt clear, your actions precise. That is the state in which real progress happens, whether in your finances, your relationships, or your craft. Now contrast that with a day spent bouncing between tasks, messages, and trivial obligations. At the end, you feel busy but hollow, as if you've been running in place. Financially, distraction is just as dangerous. It pulls you away from monitoring your spending, from making intentional investment choices, from sticking to your budget. An impulsive purchase is just another form of lost focus, money redirected to something that doesn't serve your long-term aims. Over time, these small lapses create the same result as Elias's unfinished furniture: potential wasted, progress stalled, wealth left unrealized. To break this cycle, you must create boundaries as firm as city walls. This means structuring your day so that certain hours are sacred to your most important work, financial or otherwise. It means learning to recognize the tug of distraction in its earliest moments, when it is still a choice and not yet a reflex. And it means accepting that the world will always offer you 1,000 reasons to look away, but none as valuable as the one in front of you. There will be resistance. Part of you will insist that you can manage it all, that you can keep every window open, every conversation going, and still give your best to what matters most. But as the Stoics knew, the mind is not infinite in its capacity. To give deeply to one thing, you must take away from another. That is the cost of mastery, and the reward is that your efforts begin to stack, layer upon layer, into something enduring. Distraction will always be there, knocking at the gate. But you decide who enters. The moments you protect become the foundation of everything else. Guard them well, and your actions will gain weight. Guard them well, and your results, financial, personal, and creative, will no longer be scattered fragments, but a body of work you can stand on. And from guarding your attention, we naturally turn to guarding something just as fragile: the discipline to stay the course when the world offers you shortcuts. A sign 4, discipline breaks under pressure. There comes a point in every journey when the path you set out on no longer looks like the one beneath your feet. Life shifts, sometimes gently, like a river changing course, and sometimes violently, like a bridge collapsing without warning. In those moments, the temptation to abandon discipline altogether is strong. After all, why cling to a routine or a plan that no longer fits the reality in front of you? The Stoics would tell us that change itself is not the enemy. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. To adapt without losing discipline is to understand that while circumstances may alter, your principles remain unshaken. The winds may force you to adjust your sails, but your destination, the deeper purpose, does not drift. I once knew a craftsman who had spent decades building furniture by hand. His workshop was small, his tools simple, and his methods unchanged since he learned them from his father. Then, one year, a flood swept through the town and destroyed nearly all of his equipment. Many expected him to quit, to see the loss as too great to overcome. Instead, he rebuilt his workshop, this time with modern tools, lighter materials, and a different approach. Yet, the discipline of his craft remained the same: precision, patience, and pride in every joint and curve. His adaptation did not dilute his discipline, it refined it. That's the essence of this principle. Life will demand adaptation. Jobs will change, markets will fluctuate, relationships will shift. Even your own ambitions may evolve. But discipline is the anchor that prevents adaptation from becoming aimlessness. Without it, change becomes chaos. With it, change becomes progress. In finances, this means holding to your savings goals even if the method changes, switching from one investment strategy to another, adjusting budgets when income shifts, but never abandoning the core habit of living below your means. In your personal life, it means staying true to the values that guide your actions, even as you learn new skills, move to new places, or step into unfamiliar roles. The danger lies in thinking that adaptation requires abandoning what grounds you. Too often, people use change as an excuse to relax their standards. "I'm too busy to track my expenses this month," or "the market is bad, so I'll just stop investing." These small compromises, repeated over time, are what erode the foundation you've worked so hard to build. Discipline is not about rigidity, it's about maintaining alignment with your long-term vision, no matter how often the road curves. Epictetus reminded his students, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Reaction without discipline is simply impulse. Reaction with discipline is strategy. If you've had to make changes recently, perhaps due to a job loss, a health challenge, or shifting family responsibilities, ask yourself, have I adapted in a way that still honors my core principles? Or have I allowed circumstances to steer me into habits I'll regret later? A moment of honest reflection can save you years of slow drift away from your goals. Adaptation without discipline is like a ship without a rudder. It moves, but it has no say in where it ends up. Discipline without adaptation, on the other hand, is like a ship that refuses to turn when the rocks appear ahead. It stays the course, but that course leads to ruin. The mastery lies in combining the two. The flexibility to navigate obstacles, and the discipline to keep steering toward the destination you've chosen. So, when the waters rise and the currents shift, adjust your sails. Swap your oars if you must, but keep your hands steady on the wheel. Let discipline be the compass that keeps you from drifting into waters you never meant to enter. If you believe this balance between discipline and adaptation is the real art of mastery, drop the word steady in the comments. It's a small reminder to yourself of the power in staying anchored. And if you're walking this path with me, you already know that the journey is long, but every step, every adjustment shapes the strength to endure. Because the truth is, storms will always come. Markets will fall. Plans will unravel. Even your own desires may surprise you. But if you learn to adapt without losing the discipline that keeps you aligned with your purpose, no change, no matter how sudden, can take you off course. And that, perhaps more than anything, is the key to building a life that weathers both the calm and the chaos. Now, let's move to the next principle, where we confront a quieter danger, the distractions and short-term noise that can cloud even the clearest path. Sign 5. Distractions cloud your judgment. There is a certain kind of chaos that doesn't roar, it whispers. It comes in the form of constant updates, urgent headlines, the latest trends that claim to change everything. It's the background hum of the modern world, and it's relentless. The danger is that we mistake this noise for truth, or worse, for guidance, and without realizing it, we start steering our lives in reaction to every ripple, forgetting that the river we navigate is long, not just wide. Marcus Aurelius once advised, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul about things you can't control." In a world obsessed with immediacy, this advice is radical. The Stoics knew that clarity is not found in chasing every wave. It's found in knowing which waves to let pass beneath you. I once met a young investor who, during a period of market volatility, checked his portfolio 20 times a day. Every dip sent him into panic. Every rise filled him with overconfidence. His mood, his sleep, even his conversations with friends were tied to numbers on a screen. Over time, he realized that his decisions were no longer based on his long-term plan. They were dictated by whatever the market had done in the last hour. It wasn't until he stopped watching the day-to-day swings that he began to regain perspective, and ironically, his portfolio performed better when he left it alone. This isn't just about investing, it's about life. The short-term noise might be other people's opinions about your choices, the sudden gossip that paints your name in a certain light, or the internal voice that panics when results don't arrive as fast as you'd hoped. If you let every flicker of external or internal noise dictate your action, you lose the ability to act from principle. You become a weather vane, spinning with every gust. The Stoic approach is not to ignore reality, it's to filter it. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Much of the noise we react to is imagined significance. We inflate its weight because it's loud in the moment, but a week from now, or even a day, it will mean nothing. The discipline lies in asking, will this matter a year from now? If not, why let it claim my peace today? Imagine a craftsman building a table. As he works, people pass by. One says the wood looks too plain. Another insists he's using the wrong tools. A third suggests a different design entirely. If he stopped his work to follow each suggestion, the table would never be finished. The craftsman who ignores the chatter and trusts his vision ends up with something complete, something that lasts. The same is true for our financial life, our relationships, our inner peace. Completion requires focus, and focus requires selective hearing. In finances, short-term noise often comes disguised as opportunity. The hot new investment everyone's talking about, the fear-inducing headline warning of imminent collapse, the social media post flaunting someone else's success. In personal growth, it might be the flood of life hacks, promising instant transformation. If you chase them all, you will scatter your energy so widely that nothing you build takes root. The danger is not just wasted time, it's erosion of confidence. The more you react to noise, the less you trust your own judgment. Over time, this dependency on constant updates and outside validation can hollow out your ability to stand firm in uncertainty. And yet, uncertainty is the natural state of life. If you cannot act without perfect clarity, you will never act at all. The Stoics trained themselves to focus on what endures. For you, this might mean checking your investments monthly instead of daily. It might mean not responding to every piece of unsolicited advice. It might mean staying the course on your savings plan despite fluctuations in the market, or resisting the urge to abandon a personal goal just because the results are not instant. There's a phrase in sailing, hold your heading. It means that even when the waves push and the wind shifts, you keep your bow pointed toward the destination you've chosen, making only the necessary adjustments. Noise is the wind at your ears, the waves at your feet, but your heading is the vision you set for your life. The discipline is in holding it. To ignore short-term noise is not to be stubborn, it's to be strategic. It's to acknowledge that the path to anything worthwhile is not a straight, quiet road, but a winding one filled with distractions designed to test your resolve. If you give your attention to everything, you give your power to nothing. So, the next time the noise swells around you, pause. Ask yourself if it is signal or distraction, wisdom or echo. Most of the time you'll find it's the latter. Let it pass. Keep building, keep steering, keep your eyes on the horizon that truly matters. In doing so, you not only preserve your energy, you amplify it. You ensure that when you do act, it is from a place of clarity, not compulsion. And, perhaps most importantly, you protect the quiet space inside you where true judgment lives. From here, we turn to another challenge, how to maintain discipline when life itself changes around you, and the structures you've built are tested by forces beyond your control. That's where our next lesson begins. Sign 6. You're reactive, not intentional. There comes a point in everyone's life when the ground shifts beneath their feet. It might be a sudden loss, a career upheaval, a change in health, or a move to a place where nothing is familiar. In those moments, the routines we've carefully built can feel fragile, as if one gust of change might scatter them entirely. And yet, the Stoics would remind us that while we do not control the winds, we can learn to adjust our sails. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Discipline amid change is not about clinging rigidly to the old. It's about holding fast to the principles that matter, even when the form they take must adapt. I once knew a man who had spent years building his financial stability. He budgeted carefully, invested steadily, and lived within his means. Then, unexpectedly, his company downsized, and he lost his job. At first, the shock threatened to undo him, not just financially, but mentally. He was tempted to abandon his disciplined habits, telling himself that without steady income, there was no point in maintaining them. But instead, he chose to adjust. He cut expenses more deeply, looked for temporary work, and continued to save, though in smaller amounts. Months later, when he found stable employment again, he realized that his discipline during the storm had preserved more than his finances. It had preserved his sense of agency. Life's changes can seduce us into abandoning the very habits that sustain us. The mind whispers, "It's different now. You can't keep this up." And while it's true that the exact details of our routines may need to shift, the underlying discipline does not need to vanish. A Stoic approach asks, what is essential here? What principles can survive this change intact? Consider the athlete who is injured. They can no longer train as they once did, but they can still train in other ways, focusing on flexibility, mental preparation, or nutrition. The form changes, but the discipline endures. The same applies to finances, relationships, and personal growth. The structure may bend, but it must not break. Discipline in changing times is also an act of trust. Trust that even small acts maintained through uncertainty will matter in the long run. When the world feels unpredictable, the smallest consistent choice becomes an anchor. Waking up at the same time each day, tracking expenses even when they are minimal, reading instead of scrolling aimlessly, these are not just habits, they are lifelines. The Stoics saw change as the natural order of things. Epictetus said, "Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well." Accepting change is not the same as surrendering to it. Acceptance simply clears the mind of resistance so that discipline can have room to operate. One of the greatest dangers in times of change is overreaction. Fear can push us toward impulsive decisions, abandoning investments, selling possessions we'll later regret parting with, or cutting ties with people out of panic. Discipline acts as a counterweight. It gives us the pause needed to ask, am I acting from principle or from fear? I've seen people lose nearly everything and yet come back stronger because they refuse to let change define their identity. Their discipline became a quiet rebellion against chaos. And that's the beauty of it. Discipline is not loud. It doesn't need to announce itself. It simply shows up, day after day, even when no one else is watching. In practice, this might mean reassessing your financial goals after a major life change instead of abandoning them. It might mean modifying your workout when an injury occurs rather than quitting altogether. It might mean adjusting your savings rate temporarily, but still saving something, because the habit is more important than the amount. Discipline amid life's changes is less about the specific actions and more about the mindset behind them. It's the belief that no matter what shifts around you, you can still act in alignment with your values. That belief turns even the smallest effort into a statement of intent. I am still here. I am still moving forward. And perhaps most importantly, this kind of discipline allows you to meet change without resentment. Instead of seeing it as an enemy, you see it as a training ground. Each adjustment you make is another layer of resilience, another proof to yourself that you are capable of adapting without losing your center. When the world changes, you have two choices. Let it reshape you into something you don't recognize, or meet it with a discipline so steady that it shapes the change instead. One leads to drifting, the other to mastery. From here we move to another truth. It's not only the storms and shifts that test us, it's the quiet, subtle distractions that pull our attention away from the path we've chosen. How we deal with them will decide whether our discipline bears fruit or fades into good intentions. That is where we now turn. Sign 7. Small losses keep adding up. There is a quiet kind of power in the smallest of actions, so quiet, in fact, that we often dismiss it. We tell ourselves that if we cannot take a great leap today, it is not worth moving at all. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that the shape of our lives is carved not by the occasional grand gesture, but by the steady, repeated motion of our daily choices. Seneca once wrote, "Well-being is attained little by little, yet is no little thing itself." In other words, the path to anything worthwhile is rarely a sprint. It is a series of small, deliberate steps, each one so modest it may seem meaningless in the moment. And yet, over time, those steps build a momentum that no single effort could match. I think of a woman I met years ago who dreamed of freeing herself from debt. Her income was modest, and the sum she owed was large enough to make the task seem impossible. At first, she was paralyzed. What could she possibly do against such a mountain? But instead of giving in, she decided to begin with the smallest action she could sustain, saving just $5 a week. That amount was so small she barely noticed it. But she kept doing it, week after week, year after year. Alongside that, she cut one unnecessary expense each month and applied the savings to her debt. 5 years later, she was debt-free. She hadn't received a windfall or made a huge jump in income. She had simply taken small steps and refused to stop. What had once been impossible became inevitable because she didn't allow the size of the mountain to scare her away from taking the first step. The danger of overlooking small steps is that we confuse speed with progress. We want to see change quickly, so we attempt dramatic shifts, unsustainable diets, overly aggressive savings plans, intense but short-lived bursts of effort. These approaches burn bright for a moment, but fade just as fast. Stoic wisdom teaches that steady progress, no matter how slow, is more valuable than speed without endurance. Marcus Aurelius captured this when he advised, "Don't expect Plato's Republic. Be satisfied with even the smallest step forward, and consider it no small achievement." He was speaking of virtue, but the principle applies to every aspect of life, especially the building of a stable future. The key is not to undervalue what is small, because the small done consistently becomes unshakable. There is also a humility in taking small steps. It requires us to accept that we cannot control everything at once, that change will come in increments. In a world that glorifies overnight success, this humility is almost a rebellion. It is a refusal to be rushed, to trade endurance for instant gratification. And in that refusal lies freedom, freedom from the anxiety that comes from wanting everything at once. The beauty of small steps is how they accumulate beneath our notice. Just as a tree grows without our watching each cell divide, so too do the results of small actions reveal themselves suddenly, as if overnight. The person who walks a short distance each day wakes one morning to find themselves healthy and strong. The one who reads a few pages before bed finishes dozens of books without realizing it. The one who invests modest amounts each month wakes to a portfolio that seems to have grown by magic, though it is simply the compounding of steady effort. In the context of Stoic thought, small steps also serve as training for the mind. Every time you choose a small action over no action at all, you are exercising the muscle of self-mastery. You are telling yourself, "I do not need the immediate satisfaction of a completed task. I will keep going, even if the end is far from sight." This quiet confidence builds not in grand moments, but in the daily decision to continue. But small steps do more than bring results. They change identity. You begin to see yourself differently. The person who saves a little every week starts to think of themselves as someone who manages money well. The one who writes a paragraph each morning begins to think of themselves as a writer. This shift in identity makes future steps easier because you are no longer pushing against your own self-image. You are acting in alignment with it. We live in a time where we are constantly shown the highlights of other people's achievements, with none of the years of effort that made them possible. It is easy to feel as if we are falling behind. But the Stoics would have us measure ourselves only against who we were yesterday. Did you take a step forward? Did you keep your word to yourself today? If so, you are already winning. The power of small steps is that they do not require perfect conditions. You can take them whether you feel motivated or not, whether the day has gone well or poorly. They are proof that progress is always possible, no matter the circumstances. and because they are manageable, they leave little room for excuses. In moments of doubt, remember that the great works of history, the building of cities, the writing of books, the mastery of crafts, were all accomplished through small steps repeated until the result seemed inevitable. As Epictetus said, no great thing is created suddenly, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. The fruit takes time to ripen, but it does ripen without fail if tended daily. When you commit to small steps, you are choosing a path that is steady, deliberate, and resilient. You are building something that cannot be undone by a single setback because its foundation is too deep. And the remarkable thing? You will look back one day and realize the mountain you thought you were climbing has become the ground you stand on. From here, our journey turns to another realm where discipline and awareness are essential, not in action, but in the very words we choose to speak. For the tongue, like a small step, can move worlds. Sign 8. You're drained by misplaced effort. Have you ever been wounded by something you couldn't see? Not a weapon, not a fist, but a sentence, delivered in an instant, yet echoing for years. Words are invisible, but their impact is anything but. They can slice through trust, plant seeds of doubt, or breathe life into a weary heart. In many ways, the things we say shape the unseen architecture of the world around us. And the Stoics knew this well. Epictetus warned, "First learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak, because speech, once released, cannot be recalled." We often think of control in terms of actions, what we do, where we go, the habits we keep. But our words are actions too. They are decisions made in real time, carrying weight far beyond the moment of their utterance. Every casual comment, every whispered criticism, every gesture of encouragement, each is a brick laid in the structure of our relationships, our reputation, and even our own self-image. Consider the story of a craftsman who mentored a young apprentice. The apprentice was clumsy at first, ruining wood, dulling tools, and making costly mistakes. One day, after yet another failed project, the apprentice expected to be scolded. But the craftsman simply said, "Every master was once a beginner." The only difference is that they kept going. Those words, just 12 of them, were enough to keep the apprentice from quitting. Decades later, that apprentice would become a master himself, still repeating the same sentence to others. Now imagine the opposite. The same moment, but the craftsman says, "You'll never get this right." The apprentice, crushed, walks away from the trade entirely. The difference between those two outcomes wasn't skill, opportunity, or luck. It was the choice of words in a single conversation. The Stoic path asks us to become deeply aware of this power. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." It is not enough to avoid lies. We must also avoid words that are true in content but cruel in delivery. There are truths that heal and truths that harm. Wisdom lies in knowing the difference and in choosing the form that serves both honesty and humanity. Intentional speech is not about empty politeness or flattery. It is about speaking with purpose, ensuring that what we say builds rather than destroys. Even silence can be intentional. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is nothing at all, refusing to add fuel to gossip or holding back from responding in anger. But intention in speech is not only about how we address others, it is also about the words we choose for ourselves. The Stoics understood that our internal dialogue shapes our external reality. If you constantly tell yourself you are incapable, unlucky, or doomed, you will act in ways that fulfill that prophecy. But if you tell yourself you are learning, enduring, and capable of growth, you will find yourself making choices that reflect that belief. Think of how often we speak without thought, filling silence with noise, replying on impulse, or using words to vent rather than to clarify. Each time we do, we risk scattering seeds we never meant to plant. A sarcastic comment might stick in someone's mind for years. An unfiltered criticism might close a door forever. Once spoken, words live in the memories of others, beyond our reach to retrieve or reshape. Choosing words with intention requires discipline, especially in moments of heightened emotion. It means pausing before responding, weighing whether what we are about to say is necessary, true, and kind. It means resisting the urge to win an argument at the expense of losing trust. And it means being willing to say less when less will do. A Stoic approach to speech also includes knowing when to use words as shields and when to use them as bridges. Shields protect by refusing to engage in toxic debates, by declining to answer baited questions, by keeping boundaries firm. Bridges connect by acknowledging another's pain, by offering encouragement, by making commitments we intend to keep. You might be surprised at how quickly intentional speech changes your environment. Conversations become clearer, conflicts less frequent, misunderstandings easier to resolve. People begin to trust your words because they see they are not tossed around lightly. And that trust, once earned, is one of the most valuable forms of capital you can hold. There's also a ripple effect. When you choose your words carefully, you invite others to do the same. Your tone becomes the tone of the room. Your way of speaking becomes a quiet example that others follow. Before long, the culture around you begins to shift, less reactive, more thoughtful, more grounded. Of course, no one speaks perfectly all the time. You will misspeak. You will say things you wish you hadn't. The measure of your growth is not perfection, but how quickly you recognize the error, make amends, and recommit to intentional speech. The Stoics valued this willingness to return to the path, no matter how often one strays. So perhaps today, as you listen to these words, you might leave a quiet mark here yourself. Type a single word in the comments, intent, as a reminder to carry this principle forward. Not for me, but for you, as a small public promise to speak with purpose. Because in the end, language is one of the few tools every human has equal access to. We may not have equal wealth, influence, or opportunity, but we all have the ability to shape reality through what we say and what we withhold. And when we align our words with our values, we are no longer just talking, we are building. From here, we turn to another form of protection, one less about the tongue and more about the space we guard around ourselves, the boundaries that keep us whole. Sign 9. You're stuck in short-term thinking. There is a quiet strength in knowing where you end and the world begins. Most people never learn it. They move through life as if their time, their energy, and even their peace are public property, available to anyone who demands them. And so they find themselves drained, resentful, and wondering why the things that matter most never seem to get their full attention. The Stoics would see this as a failure not of kindness, but of clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Settle on the type of person you want to be and stick to it, whether you are alone or with others." Boundaries are how you stick to it. They are not walls built to keep the world out. They are lines drawn to keep yourself in. They ensure that you do not hand over the steering wheel of your life to anyone who happens to grab for it. Picture a man named Elias, known in his small town as the dependable one. If someone needed help moving, he was there. If a last-minute project at work landed on someone's desk, Elias took it. If a friend called in the middle of the night to vent, he answered. For years, people praised his generosity, but beneath the surface, his health suffered, his own goals withered, and his home became a place he barely inhabited except to sleep. He had mistaken constant availability for virtue, not realizing that by saying yes to everyone else, he had said no to himself 1,000 times. One day, Elias was asked to chair yet another volunteer committee. This time, without explanation, he declined. People were surprised. Some even pushed back. But Elias began to see what the Stoics knew, that to live with integrity, you must guard the time and energy needed for the work that is yours alone to do. Boundaries are not selfish. They are an act of stewardship over the only life you've been given. Just as a farmer must fence his fields, not to hoard the land, but to protect the crops, so too must we protect our inner resources. If the field is trampled, nothing grows. If your time is scattered and your energy depleted, the things you care about most will starve. This is why boundaries must be clear, both to yourself and to others. If you have not decided what you will and will not accept, the decision will be made for you, often by those who benefit most from your lack of limits. And if you do not communicate those boundaries, people will step past them without even knowing they exist. The Stoic approach is both firm and calm. When a request or demand arises, the question is not simply, "Do I want to do this?" but, "Does this align with the life I am building?" Seneca warned against scattering ourselves in all directions, reminding us that it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Each time you say yes to something unworthy of your time, you are saying no to something that might have brought you meaning, growth, or peace. Of course, protecting your boundaries will invite resistance. People who are accustomed to unrestrained access to your time may accuse you of being distant or selfish. But this discomfort is a sign that the boundary is working. It is recalibrating the balance of give and take. And while it may temporarily strain some relationships, the ones built on mutual respect will adapt and endure. It is also worth noting that boundaries are not only external. There are internal boundaries too, lines you draw with yourself to prevent self-sabotage. This might mean limiting how much time you spend on distractions, setting a cutoff for work to ensure rest, or refusing to engage in cycles of negative self-talk. Without these internal boundaries, you may find that the most persistent intruder on your peace is you. There is a temptation to think of boundaries as permanent and rigid, but life is fluid. A Stoic understands that boundaries can be adjusted to meet new realities. In times of abundance, you may give more. In times of strain, you may draw lines closer. What matters is that the adjustment is intentional, not the result of pressure or guilt. Returning to Elias, he began to practice this with quiet resolve. When asked for help, he would pause, not rushing to answer out of habit, and then respond with either a considered yes or a clear no. He stopped offering explanations for every refusal, realizing that no can be a complete sentence. Over time, the fatigue that had shadowed him for years began to lift. He started planting his own garden, writing in the mornings, and reconnecting with the pursuits that once brought him joy. The Stoics would say that this was not a withdrawal from life, but a deeper engagement with it. By protecting his boundaries, Elias was finally able to meet the world from a place of wholeness rather than depletion, and in doing so, he could give better, more fully, and without resentment. Protecting your boundaries is ultimately about honoring the finite nature of your life. You will not get back the hours you give away carelessly. You will not recover the energy you spend on what doesn't matter. But you can decide, starting now, that your time, attention, and presence will be spent where they can bear the most fruit. From here, our attention shifts from the invisible lines we draw around ourselves to the deliberate choice of how we live within them, by embracing a way of life that ensures our needs remain simpler than our means and our freedom greater than our appetites. Sign 10. Confidence in control is fading. There's a quiet dignity in wanting less than you can afford. In a world where worth is often measured in what we show, it is an act of rebellion to choose simplicity over display. Yet the Stoics would tell you this is not deprivation, it is liberation. For the fewer things you need to sustain your sense of self, the freer you are from the world's attempts to control you. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." To live below your means is not merely a financial tactic, it is a mindset, a deliberate rejection of the idea that more will finally make you enough. It is understanding that true wealth lies not in what you accumulate, but in how little you require to be at peace. Consider the story of Marina, a young professional who began her career in a bustling city. Her income grew quickly, but so did her spending. Each promotion was followed by a larger apartment, a newer car, and more expensive clothes. From the outside, she looked like someone making it, but inside, she felt trapped. Her lifestyle demanded every cent she earned, leaving her no room to breathe, no cushion to take a risk, or step away if she ever wanted to. One evening, while reviewing her finances, Marina saw a hard truth. Despite years of high earnings, she had nothing to show for it but bills and depreciating possessions. That realization was her turning point. She sold the car, moved into a smaller space, and began cutting unnecessary expenses. Friends were puzzled. Some even mocked her downgrade. But Marina wasn't moving backward. She was reclaiming her freedom. Living below your means creates a margin in your life, a space where choice exists. It allows you to save, to invest, to weather emergencies without fear. More importantly, it strips away the constant pressure to maintain appearances, so your energy can be spent on what matters rather than what merely impresses. The Stoics would see this as an alignment of values. If you define yourself by your possessions, you make yourself vulnerable to every loss, every shift in fortune. But if you anchor your identity in character and virtue, the loss of material things cannot touch your sense of self. Epictetus reminded his students to view possessions as temporary, to hold them lightly, so that when they leave, as all things eventually do, they take nothing essential with them. This does not mean rejecting all comfort or beauty. It means making choices with intention, knowing why you spend, and refusing to let desire grow faster than your resources. It means finding joy in what you have, instead of chasing what you don't. When you live this way, you are no longer at the mercy of every advertisement, every social comparison, every fleeting urge. You own your life, instead of your life being owned by the things in it. Marina's life transformed in ways she hadn't expected. With fewer expenses, she built an emergency fund in months. She started a side project she had always dreamed of, without worrying about losing her job. She traveled, not in luxury, but in depth, spending weeks in places she loved, rather than rushing through them to return to work. And perhaps most tellingly, her stress faded. She no longer felt the gnawing need to keep up, because she no longer played that game. This choice is not easy in a culture that celebrates excess. You will be told you're missing out, that you should reward yourself, that you deserve more. But here is the paradox. The more you convince yourself you deserve, the more enslaved you become to earning and spending to maintain it. Living below your means breaks that cycle. It teaches you that enough is a moving target only if you keep moving it. The financial benefit is obvious. You spend less, save more, and accumulate wealth over time. But the deeper benefit is psychological. You cultivate gratitude. You see abundance where others see scarcity. And you discover a kind of strength that cannot be bought. The ability to walk away from anything that compromises your peace. The Stoics would say, this is the foundation for freedom. Not the kind of freedom sold in glossy brochures, but the real thing, the freedom to live on your own terms, unshaken by fortune's rise and fall. When you live below your means, you gain the power to say no. No to the job that violates your values. No to the relationship that drains you. No to the distractions that pull you from your path. Marina once feared that living smaller would make her life feel smaller. Instead, it expanded. She found herself richer in time, in calm, and in the quiet satisfaction that comes from knowing she could endure setbacks without losing her footing. Her life became proof of what the Stoics knew, that to need less is to have more. From here, the natural next step is to direct that freed-up energy and resources toward a purpose. To save, not out of fear or obligation, but with a clarity of intent that turns every dollar set aside into a building block for the life you truly want. And that is where we now turn our attention. Take a breath here, and let's carry what we've learned forward. We've spent time in the shadows, looking closely at the cracks, the habits, and the hidden forces that can quietly erode our stability. Part B was about honesty, about naming the patterns that weaken us so they no longer work in silence. But seeing the problem is only half the journey. The Stoics remind us that wisdom is useless if it doesn't shape how we live. And so we turn now to the other side of the coin, Part C. This is where recognition becomes action, where the weight of awareness is turned into the momentum of change. We'll step into the light, into the discipline, strategies, and mindset that not only protect what matters, but allow it to grow. Lesson 1. Redirect actions with purpose. Imagine a craftsman in an ancient workshop, his hands weathered, his tools worn smooth by decades of use. Every day he arrives before the sun rises. He sharpens his chisels, selects his materials, and works with deliberate strokes. No single day's effort seems extraordinary, yet over years he shapes a masterpiece that will outlast him. That is the quiet truth about freedom. It is not granted in a single bold moment, but earned in countless small acts of discipline, repeated until they form the pillars of a life you control. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But what they rarely say outright is that this strength does not appear in an instant. It is cultivated through daily action, through restraint, through the decision to govern yourself when it would be easier to drift. Discipline is the bridge between what you want and what you are willing to endure to have it. Consider Elias, a soldier returning home after years in service. He had lived under a strict schedule, early mornings, regimented tasks, and constant training. Yet, in civilian life, the absence of structure unsettled him. Freed from orders, he found himself wasting hours, spending without thought, and slipping into habits that eroded his savings and his health. He told himself he deserved a break after so many years of discipline. But weeks turned into months, and what he called freedom began to feel like a slow surrender. One evening, while looking over his dwindling bank account, Elias recognized the irony. In chasing ease, he had built a new prison, one made not of walls, but of dependence. That night, he wrote down a simple plan. Nothing grand, nothing impossible, just small, non-negotiable actions to follow each day. He committed to rising at the same hour, setting aside a portion of his earnings, exercising and reading something that challenged his mind. It was not glamorous work, but over time, the structure he rebuilt became a source of peace rather than a burden. This is the paradox of discipline. It may feel restrictive in the moment, but it is the very thing that makes long-term freedom possible. Without it, we become enslaved to impulse, to fleeting moods, to the pull of every distraction. Seneca warned against this, saying, "No man is free who is a slave to himself." To live without discipline is to hand your life over to chance. To live with discipline is to reclaim it, piece by piece. The discipline that builds freedom is not about punishing yourself. It is about aligning your daily actions with your highest values so that over time you live in a way that is consistent with the life you say you want. It means saving not just because you should, but because you value the independence it will give you later. It means choosing what nourishes your body and mind over what merely soothes them in the moment. It means showing up for your commitments, even on the days when motivation is nowhere to be found, because you know that consistency is stronger than inspiration. Elias learned this firsthand. Months into his new routine, he realized something remarkable. The same discipline that had once been imposed on him by others now existed within him, self-chosen and self-sustained. His finances stabilized, his health improved, and perhaps most importantly, he trusted himself again. That trust, the knowledge that he would follow through on what he decided, was worth more than any paycheck or possession. Discipline, when practiced long enough, becomes identity. You no longer think of yourself as someone who tries to save, or tries to eat well, or tries to stay organized. You simply are that person. The daily actions that once felt like effort become the natural rhythm of your life. And in that transformation lies the freedom the Stoics spoke of. Not the absence of responsibility, but the ability to choose your responsibilities wisely and carry them with strength. Some will say this sounds rigid, that it leaves no room for spontaneity. But true discipline is not a cage, it is a framework. It supports you so that when opportunities arise, you have the resources, the health, and the presence of mind to seize them without fear. Without it, you may find yourself standing at the door of possibility, unable to walk through because you lack the stability to take the risk. The discipline that builds freedom also protects you from the chaos of life's inevitable storms. When setbacks come, as they always do, it is the habits you've maintained that will keep you steady. If you have practiced restraint in spending, an unexpected expense will not destroy you. If you have trained your body, illness will find you stronger. If you have exercised your mind, confusion and fear will not cloud your judgment as easily. Elias's story did not end in triumph overnight. There were days he stumbled, days when the old temptations returned, but each time he returned to the structure he had built, and over the years those small returns mattered more than the stumbles. That is the true test of discipline, not whether you never falter, but whether you always come back. The Stoics would tell you that mastery is not a matter of grand gestures, but of quiet endurance. They would remind you that the freedom you crave is not found in escape, but in the strength to meet each day with clarity and purpose. And they would challenge you to see discipline not as a burden to carry, but as the chisel in your hand, the tool that stroke by stroke shapes the life you have chosen. In the end, the question is simple. Will you drift where the current takes you, or will you steer your own course? Freedom is not the absence of direction. It is the ability to decide where you're going and to keep walking that way no matter how long the road. And as we move forward, we'll explore the next pillar of this philosophy: how the way you think about your time determines the quality of your life. Lesson 2. Build habits that outlast emotion. Picture a craftsman in his workshop, shaping a piece of wood. The first cuts are rough, the form unsteady, but with each pass of the blade, the piece takes on its intended shape. Over time, the movements become second nature, guided less by conscious thought and more by ingrained rhythm. This is how habits are forged, not through grand bursts of effort, but through the steady repetition of small, deliberate actions. In the realm of money, as in the rest of life, it is this unshakable routine that forms the backbone of true security. The Stoics often spoke of the power of discipline as a path to freedom. Epictetus reminded his students, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Self-mastery is not a single act of will. It's the gradual weaving of behaviors into the fabric of your life until they cease to feel like effort at all. When it comes to finances, the most successful are not those who chase every new opportunity, but those who have laid down a few steady rails and follow them without wavering. Consider the person who saves a small percentage of every paycheck without fail. At first, it feels like a sacrifice. A little less for dining out, a little less for impulse purchases. But as months pass, the act becomes as natural as paying a bill or brewing morning coffee. The habit takes root, and with it comes a quiet shift. They no longer think of saving as something extra, but as something inevitable. There's a story of a teacher who gave his students a jar, a pile of pebbles, and a single rule. Each day, place one pebble in the jar if you've met your financial goal for that day, however small. At first, the jar remained nearly empty, but then something changed. One pebble became 2, then 10, then 50. Months later, the jar was heavy, not because of any single grand action, but because the habit had taken hold. The students didn't just learn to save money, they learned to see themselves as the kind of people who follow through. The danger is in thinking that habits must be dramatic to be worthwhile. In truth, they are most effective when they are almost invisible, woven seamlessly into your routine. A weekly review of your expenses, a set transfer into your savings account. A moment before each purchase to ask, does this bring me closer to my goal or further away? None of these will make headlines, but together they are the quiet machinery of financial stability. Seneca once wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Habits are how we guard against that waste, not just of time, but of energy, focus, and wealth. When your financial actions are guided by habit, you remove the constant need for decision-making and the exhaustion that comes with it. You no longer bargain with yourself each month about whether to save. You simply do it because it is who you are. But habits, like walls, must be built carefully. Too rigid, and they will crumble under pressure. Too loose, and they will never stand at all. This is where self-awareness comes in, knowing your own tendencies, your weak points, the temptations most likely to sway you. Build your habits to anticipate these. If you overspend when you carry cash, carry less. If you shop impulsively online, remove saved payment details. Shape your environment so your habits are supported, not sabotaged. And remember, the goal is not perfection. There will be days you falter, moments you step outside the pattern. What matters is that you return, placing the next pebble in the jar, picking up where you left off. Over years, these habits will carry you further than any single act of willpower ever could. They become the rails on which your financial life runs smoothly, freeing your mind for higher goals and deeper pursuits. When you have built unshakable habits, you are no longer tossed about by every passing urge or external change. You become steady, predictable not to others, but to yourself. That self-trust is worth more than any single financial windfall. It is the quiet confidence that, whatever comes, you will keep moving forward. And from here, we move to the next principle, understanding why patience, not speed, is the true accelerator of lasting wealth. Lesson 3. Let patience become your leverage. There is a quiet kind of power in those who can wait. Not the passive waiting of someone with no choice, but the deliberate, watchful patience of a gardener who plants in spring and does not demand a harvest by summer. In a world that feeds us constant images of overnight success and instant gratification, this kind of patience feels almost rebellious. Yet the Stoics knew it as one of the most essential virtues for a meaningful life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Time is a sort of river of passing events, and strong is its current. No sooner is a thing brought to sight than it is swept by, and another takes its place. To live well, we must stop trying to force the river and instead learn to move with it." In money, as in life, impatience is one of the most costly habits we can have. It whispers to us that we are falling behind, that others are getting ahead, that if we do not act now, the moment will pass us forever. And so we rush into impulsive purchases, into high-risk investments we do not understand, into financial commitments that trap us. The desire for quick results rarely brings stability. More often, it leaves us starting over again and again. Imagine two friends starting a savings plan at the same time. One grows restless within months, pulling out money for fleeting pleasures, telling themselves they can make it back later. The other commits to leaving the money untouched, even when tempted by sales, vacations, or the thrill of spending. A decade later, the first is still struggling to build a safety net. The second, through patience alone, has not only met their goal, but surpassed it. The difference was not knowledge nor opportunity, it was the discipline to endure the wait. Seneca warned against the illusion that life is too short for patience. He argued that most people are not pressed for time, they simply waste it. The same is true with money. Patience is not about moving slowly, it is about moving steadily. It is the art of making peace with the space between effort and reward, trusting that each step matters, even when the finish line is not yet in sight. There is a story from ancient China of a man who, eager for his crops to grow faster, pulled each sprout upward by hand. The next day, every plant had withered. In our lives, the pulling looks different, checking investments daily, shifting strategies before they have time to work, abandoning plans for the thrill of something new. But the result is the same. We destroy the very growth we hoped to accelerate. Patience in finances also demands emotional control. There will be seasons of stagnation, moments when the numbers barely move, times when you wonder if your effort is pointless. But in those moments, impatience is a trap. The Stoics would remind us that the outcome is not ours to control, only the process is. If your process is sound, if your actions align with your principles, the results will follow in their time. And patience is not passive, it is active trust. It means continuing to save even when progress is slow, resisting the urge to compare yourself to others, and choosing to see the long horizon instead of the immediate view. It is training your mind to value the compound effect of many small victories over the rush of a single grand one. when you master patience over instant rewards, you give yourself a gift rarer than money, the ability to enjoy the journey without constantly trying to skip to the end. Your finances grow, yes, but so does your resilience, your sense of control, and your peace of mind. You stop chasing the rush of now and begin building a foundation for forever. From here, patience becomes the natural bridge to adaptability, because while you may commit to the long road, the road itself will change. And when it does, the Stoic way is not to break under the shift, but to bend without losing direction. Lesson 4. Keep discipline through life's shifts. Life rarely follows the script we write for it. Plans shift, markets change, opportunities appear and vanish, and sometimes the ground beneath us moves without warning. In those moments, discipline without flexibility becomes a cage, and flexibility without discipline becomes chaos. The Stoics understood this balance well. Epictetus reminded us that we cannot control the winds, but we can adjust our sails. The key is not to cling rigidly to a single path, but to remain anchored to your principles while adapting your approach. Picture a sailor setting out across open waters. The destination is clear, but along the way storms arise, currents pull, and winds shift. If the sailor refuses to adjust, insisting on a straight course no matter the conditions, the ship will never reach the shore. But if the sailor abandons direction entirely, drifting with every change in the wind, the voyage will also fail. Success lies in that middle way, knowing when to hold firm and when to shift the sails. In finances, adaptability means reviewing your goals when life changes, without abandoning the values that shape them. It might mean adjusting a savings target after a job loss, rebalancing investments when the market turns, or finding creative ways to cut expenses when costs rise unexpectedly. Adaptation is not surrender, it is strategy. It is the recognition that while your principles remain constant, the route to fulfilling them may change many times over. Consider someone who had a clear plan to pay off their mortgage within 10 years. Midway through, they faced an unexpected health crisis that drained both time and resources. Instead of abandoning the plan entirely or clinging stubbornly to an unrealistic timeline, they recalculated. They extended their payoff date, adjusted their monthly contributions, and found ways to earn a little extra income. The path changed, but the goal remained intact. This ability to adapt kept their momentum alive and preserved their sense of control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Adaptability is the practice of revoking that distress, of seeing change not as an enemy, but as an inevitable part of the journey. When we stop resisting the fact that life will test and redirect us, we free ourselves to respond with clarity instead of panic. But adaptability must always be tethered to discipline. Without that tether, adjusting becomes a mask for procrastination or avoidance. The Stoic sailor trims the sails with the weather, but the compass never leaves their hand. Your compass is your long-term vision, the financial freedom you seek, the security you want to build for your family, the independence that allows you to live by choice instead of necessity. There is also a deeper reward here. The more you practice disciplined adaptability, the more resilient you become. You stop fearing change because you know you can adjust without losing your way. You start to see challenges as opportunities to refine your approach rather than threats to your stability. And with each shift, you sharpen both your strategic thinking and your trust in yourself. Adaptability, when married to discipline, becomes a force multiplier. It allows you to navigate uncertainty without wasting energy on denial or resistance. It keeps you from abandoning your goals in frustration or chasing every new distraction. It turns obstacles into training grounds and setbacks into stepping stones. And when you can adapt without losing discipline, you are ready for the next layer of wisdom, the ability to filter out the noise, the distractions, and the illusions that pull others off course, so your energy remains focused on what truly matters. Lesson 5. Protect focus like a precious asset. There's a kind of turbulence in life that doesn't come from real storms, but from the chatter that surrounds them, the headlines that scream for your attention, the market dips that make your stomach tighten, the opinions of people who have no stake in your journey. If you're not careful, that noise becomes the soundtrack of your decisions, and before you know it, your actions are dictated not by your values, but by the mood of the moment. The Stoics warned against this trap long before stock tickers and breaking news banners existed. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." The noise around us feeds that imagination, amplifying fears and doubts that might otherwise pass quietly. And when it comes to your financial life or any long-term pursuit, that noise can lure you into reacting when you should be staying the course. Imagine an investor who starts with a clear, well-researched plan for retirement. They're disciplined, contributing steadily month after month. But then one morning they read about a sudden market drop. Social media is buzzing with predictions of collapse. Friends are sending anxious messages. In the heat of that noise, they sell their investments to protect themselves, only to watch the market recover weeks later, costing them years of compounded growth. This is how noise works. It makes the temporary feel permanent, the small feel massive, and the distant feel immediate. And if you give it your attention, it will consume the mental space you need for thoughtful decision-making. The Stoic approach is not to ignore reality, but to filter it. Ask, does this event truly change my long-term plan? Or is it just another gust of wind against a steady ship? Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to look things in the face and know them for what they are. Not for what others say they are, not for the panic or euphoria they create, but for their true weight in the scale of your life. When you train yourself to ignore short-term noise, something remarkable happens. You start making decisions from a place of calm. You stop chasing every new opportunity that flashes across your path, and you stop abandoning the ones that require patience to bear fruit. Your focus sharpens, your energy is conserved, and your progress compounds without constant disruption. If this resonates, type the word focus in the comments, not for me, but as a reminder to yourself that you've chosen clarity over chaos. Because in the end, ignoring short-term noise is an act of self-respect. It's telling the world that your vision is not up for negotiation every time someone else's voice gets loud. And once you have that quiet strength, you're ready for the next discipline, learning to hold steady through life's inevitable changes without losing your balance or your way. Lesson 6. Respond with intention, not impulse. There's a quiet truth most people don't want to admit. Life will not wait for you to be ready. Circumstances shift without warning. One day the ground feels solid beneath your feet. The next, it's cracked and uneven. You lose a job. You move cities. Someone you rely on is suddenly gone. And in those moments, the plans you made in calmer waters feel fragile, even naive. The Stoics didn't promise that discipline would prevent change. They knew it couldn't. What they taught instead was that discipline is the anchor that holds you steady when the tides turn. Epictetus put it simply, It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. And reactions, in this sense, isn't about impulse. It's about the deliberate choice to stay aligned with your principles, even when the world around you shifts. Consider someone who has spent years saving toward a home. They've been consistent, cutting unnecessary expenses, building an emergency fund, and investing with care. Then, without warning, a health emergency arises. The easy thing, the tempting thing, would be to abandon the plan entirely, drain the savings, and surrender to the chaos. But discipline offers a different path. It asks, how can I adapt without destroying the progress I've made? Maybe that means pausing contributions instead of spending the savings. Maybe it's finding temporary income rather than collapsing into debt. Discipline amid change is not rigidity. A rigid tree snaps in the wind. A disciplined one bends without breaking, its roots deep enough to hold. This is the kind of discipline the Stoics valued, not the stubborn refusal to alter course, but the strength to adjust without losing direction. Life's changes will test you in ways you cannot rehearse for. The market may collapse just as you near retirement. A once stable source of income may dry up. A new opportunity may demand that you take a calculated risk. In each of these moments, your discipline is not just about sticking to the old plan. It's about carrying forward the principles that made the plan worth following in the first place. Prudence, patience, and clarity. Without discipline, change feels like chaos. With discipline, it becomes transition. You stop seeing every disruption as a catastrophe and start viewing it as a chapter in a longer story, one in which you remain the author. This mindset keeps you from burning down the work you've built just because the scenery has shifted. Seneca once wrote, "The whole future lies in uncertainty. Live immediately." That living immediately doesn't mean spending recklessly or abandoning tomorrow. It means acting with intention now, even in change, so that tomorrow still has a shape you've chosen. When discipline survives change, your life gains a rare stability. You become the person who adapts without losing momentum, who can weather storms without becoming defined by them. And when you carry that kind of steadiness, you are ready to take the next step, moving from surviving change to creating growth that lasts beyond it. Lesson 7. Multiply gains through small wins. We often imagine transformation as a single decisive leap, a dramatic choice that changes everything overnight. But in reality, the most enduring change rarely arrives with fanfare. It comes quietly, through small, deliberate steps that, repeated often enough, reshape the course of a life. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Do not expect Plato's ideal republic, but be satisfied with small steps forward, and regard even these as considerable." Think of a craftsman shaping a piece of wood. He doesn't strike it once and call it finished. He sands it patiently, each pass almost imperceptible until the roughness is gone and the grain shines through. Financial growth, personal mastery, even emotional resilience, they are all the same. One small, consistent act repeated over time builds something far greater than the act itself. I once knew a man who decided to change his life not by chasing a huge salary or adopting a complex investment strategy, but by saving just a single dollar a day. At first, it seemed almost laughable. How could $1 matter? But over time, that dollar became a habit, and the habit became a mindset. Within a few years, his savings had grown into an emergency fund, then into investments, and eventually into the down payment for a home. The point was never the dollar, it was the discipline. The step was small, but it was taken every day, and that made all the difference. The danger is that small steps can feel too small. We want results now, not in months or years. We forget that the same impatience that pushes us to leap too far also causes us to stumble. Small steps give us room to learn, to adapt, and to recover without losing everything. They teach us to value progress over perfection. In the Stoic view, the measure of a person is not found in grand gestures, but in the quiet repetition of virtuous acts. Epictetus taught that excellence is not an act, but a habit, built in the moments when no one is watching, when there's no applause, only the quiet choice to do the right thing again. When we embrace small steps, we also free ourselves from the crushing weight of unrealistic expectations. We stop asking, "How can I reach the summit today?" and instead ask, "What is the next step I can take right now?" That shift in focus doesn't just make success possible, it makes it inevitable. Over time, small steps become part of who you are. They stop feeling like effort and start feeling like nature. And when that happens, you no longer need to force progress. It happens almost without thinking. The foundation is set, the direction is clear, and all that remains is to keep walking. Lasting results are not the product of speed, but of persistence. And persistence is simply the decision to take the next step, no matter how small, even when no one notices. Take enough of those steps, and one day you'll look back and realize you've traveled farther than you ever thought possible. And that realization prepares us for the next principle: how to choose those steps with intention, so that every move builds toward a life worth living. Lesson 8. Direct energy where it matters most. There are moments in life when the silence after a sentence feels heavier than the words themselves. Perhaps you've experienced it, the pause after you've said something careless, watching the subtle shift in someone's eyes as they absorb it. Words cannot be unsaid. Like an arrow loosed, they travel forward with a momentum we can't pull back. The Stoics knew the weight of speech. Marcus Aurelius urged himself to speak only what is necessary, and in few words, not because brevity is stylish, but because every word has the power to heal or to harm. When we speak without intention, we give away a piece of our influence. Unmeasured words can fray trust, stir conflict, or weaken the respect we've worked hard to build. But when we speak with care, choosing words like a craftsman selects tools, we create clarity instead of confusion, connection instead of distance. I once met a leader who rarely spoke in meetings. People mistook him for disengaged, but in truth, he was listening, carefully, fully. When he finally did speak, his words carried disproportionate weight. He didn't rush to fill silence. He waited until what he had to say could move the room forward. Over time, his restraint became his power. People leaned in when he spoke, knowing his words would count. The discipline of intentional speech begins long before the mouth opens. It starts in the mind. Epictetus reminded his students that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, to listen more than we speak. This doesn't mean withholding truth, but ensuring that truth is delivered in a way that can be heard. The goal is not simply to express yourself, but to express yourself in a way that strengthens the bridge between you and the listener. Choosing words with intention also means resisting the lure of reaction. In heated moments, the temptation to win an exchange can overpower the desire to resolve it. But in those moments, restraint is often the greater victory. A word unspoken can prevent 1,000 more from being needed to repair the damage. This is not about becoming overly cautious or guarded. It's about aligning your words with your values. Seneca warned that speech is the index of the mind. If our speech is sloppy, what does it say about our discipline of thought? But when our speech is measured, honest, and purposeful, it reflects a mind that is steady and self-governed. When you begin to choose words with intention, something shifts, not just in how others hear you, but in how you hear yourself. Your speech becomes a mirror, showing you the clarity or clutter of your own thinking, and that clarity builds a deeper trust, both in your relationships and in your own judgment. In the end, the words you choose are part of the legacy you leave. They can linger in someone's memory for a lifetime, shaping how they see themselves and how they see you. Speak in a way that, if your words were the last thing someone heard from you, you'd be proud to have left them behind. And as we consider the weight of words, it naturally leads us to the next truth, the need to protect not just what we say, but the boundaries that give those words their power. Lesson 9. Let vision outlive every setback. There comes a point in every life when you realize that peace is not something the world hands you, it's something you defend. Boundaries are the quiet walls that protect that peace. They are not built from anger or pride, but from the understanding that what you allow shapes what you become. Yet so often we let those walls erode, stone by stone, in the name of politeness, fear of conflict, or the hope that others will respect us without being told where the lines are. The Stoics would have seen this as a failure of governance, not over others, but over ourselves. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Boundaries are one way we exercise that power. They are not about controlling another person's behavior, but about defining what we will and will not participate in. I once knew a woman who kept saying yes to every request at work, covering shifts, taking extra projects, staying late without complaint. People called her reliable, but inside she was burning out. It wasn't until she finally began saying no, with calm and without apology, that she noticed something. The people worth keeping in her life respected her more, not less. Her no became a signal, not of selfishness, but of self-respect. Boundaries are not always about time or workload. Sometimes they're about emotional space. It's refusing to be pulled into gossip that poisons your perspective. It's choosing not to entertain manipulations that chip away at your confidence. It's leaving a room, literally or figuratively, when the conversation turns into something that does not serve you. Seneca reminded us that no person has the power to have everything they want, but it is in their power not to want what they haven't got, and cheerfully make the most of the things that do come their way. Boundaries operate in the same way. They are not about chasing more, but about protecting enough. Setting boundaries can feel like drawing a sword for the first time. It's awkward, even a little frightening, but over time, the act becomes natural. You stop over-explaining. You stop negotiating against yourself. You simply state where the line is, and you hold it. Not with hostility, but with the steadiness of someone who knows their worth. When you guard your boundaries, you begin to notice something unexpected. Your relationships improve. Not because everyone suddenly agrees with you, but because you've removed the unspoken resentments that build when you continually give beyond your capacity. Your yes becomes more valuable because it is no longer given out of guilt. Protecting your boundaries is not selfish, it's strategic. It preserves the energy, time, and emotional clarity you need to meet life's real challenges. Without them, you become reactive, letting others dictate your path. With them, you move through life with intention, steering toward what matters most. And once those walls are steady, there is room for something even more powerful to fill the space you've protected with actions that build rather than drain your life. And that leads us to our next step, channeling your energy into the disciplined habits that shape your destiny. Lesson 10. Grow confidence by daily mastery. There is a difference between knowing what is right and living it. Many people can recite wisdom, quote philosophers, or outline strategies for a good life. But when the moment comes to act, when comfort must be traded for discipline or approval for integrity, knowledge without practice crumbles. The Stoics warned against this long ago. Epictetus wrote, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it. To live by the principles you protect is to let your actions speak so clearly that you no longer need to declare what you stand for." Imagine a craftsman who spends decades perfecting his tools. He sharpens the blades, polishes the handles, and organizes his workshop with care. Yet, when the day comes to build, he hesitates, leaving the wood untouched. His skill is wasted not because he lacked preparation, but because he never picked up the tools and used them. In life, our principles are those tools. Honesty, discipline, moderation, courage, sharpening them is not enough. They must be put to work. Living by your principles means allowing them to guide you in moments when no one is watching. It's choosing not to cut corners, even when no rule forbids it. It's treating a stranger with the same respect you would give a friend. It's keeping a promise to yourself, even when breaking it would be easier. The true test is not in how loudly you can proclaim your values, but in whether they hold firm when tested by inconvenience, temptation, or loss. I once met a man who had lost nearly everything in a business collapse: his home, his savings, his reputation. But even in the middle of his undoing, he refused to betray his commitments. He paid back debts without being legally required to, and he faced those he owed with open eyes instead of hiding. Years later, he rebuilt his life. Not just because he found opportunity again, but because his name still carried weight. People remembered the man who stood when it would have been easier to fall. Principles are not just for grand moral dilemmas. They live in the daily, unremarkable choices. In whether you speak truthfully when a small lie would save you trouble. In whether you follow through on the routine that strengthens your body and mind. In whether you keep the boundaries you set when someone you care about pushes against them. Every act either reinforces or weakens the foundation you stand on. The Stoics believed that living well was less about chasing virtue as an abstract ideal and more about integrating it into the fabric of everyday life. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." That power, the ability to choose your response, becomes the arena in which principles are proven. The reward for living by your principles is not applause, though respect often follows. It is the inner steadiness that comes from knowing you cannot be easily swayed, bought, or broken. It is the quiet pride of walking in alignment with the values you have claimed, of not having to look away from your own reflection. And when the storms of life inevitably rise, you will not scramble to decide who you are or what you will do. You will already know. Your choices will flow from the bedrock you've built, and even in loss, you will not be lost. This is the work of a lifetime, to make your principles so much a part of you that they no longer feel like rules, but like the shape of your own soul. And when you have done that, you will see the truth the Stoics saw, that freedom is not found in doing whatever you wish, but in being unable to be made to do what you know is wrong. And with that, the circle closes. Thought into action, action into habit, habit into character, and character into destiny. You now carry the power to guide your words, your thoughts, your emotions, and your money with intention. When you master these four forces, life no longer feels like a storm pushing you around. Instead, you move with purpose, grounded in clarity and discipline. Every decision you make today is a seed for the life you will live tomorrow. Guard those seeds well and choose them with care. Keep practicing what you have learned until it becomes part of who you are. Let discipline be your compass and patience your quiet strength. Over time, you will see the world respond differently because you have changed from within. If this message resonates with you, take a moment to subscribe so we can continue this journey together. And leave a comment with just 2 words, fully aware. Let it be a small but powerful commitment to yourself. Your future is shaped in the present. Begin again each day with intention, and soon you will not just control your path, you will create it. In the next video, we will explore how to protect this inner mastery from the challenges that try